Okay. Okay, I think we're ready. Everything should be set up. Just have to... wait for it to set. There we go. Now we're all good. That took a bit. Was having issues with the VRM. It wasn't loading, so I had to reinstall it. Fun times. All right, for today's first set of news, Valve no longer controls Steam by Bellular? Bellular News. Huh. Apparently something's been going on with Steam. Something pretty weird. Apparently people are using the card companies now, since they can't win through petitions and they can't win through convincing people. They're now using the authority of card companies like Visa and MasterCard to push narratives and get rid of things that they don't like. So it's no longer about freedom anymore. It's about what they want and expect you to like what they like. So hopefully this isn't a start of further bad things. I understand the need to take down like literal XXX games off of Steam and other sites. I mean, I can see the reasons, but I can tell you right now, if they start targeting games where they don't like the way a woman looks, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have problems. A lot of them, because there are a ton of games with women that look a certain way and they don't like it. Like, imagine with Stellar Blade, when it was based off an actual model from South Korea, and they literally decide, well, she looks way too hot, so we're going to take down the game. We want it taken down. We demand this game go away. That's what we're getting to. So I really hope this doesn't become a force that gets abused by every extreme political group, but something tells me it probably is. So let's take a look at and see what they're going to tell us about this whole situation.
Steam's new rule changes everything, and Valve, at least from their perspective, had no choice but to implement. So here's what's happened. Last week, Valve quietly added Rule 15 to Steam. They used to have 14, now there are 15. And this 15th rule bans content that payment processors don't like. Now, this is not illegal content. It's just content that Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal find to be objectionable.
Now, I understand the group from Australia that did this, and I know they manipulated these car companies through pressuring them to do it, but how can I look at this? It's not a positive thing, but it's also not totally negative when you look at what there is that they're doing. For a good example, there was the ad apocalypse, which happened with YouTube and happened with Twitch. Both times were because the companies supporting the ads and providing them, which were paying YouTube and Twitch, did not like the content that they were being promoted on. So they pulled out, forcing those companies to have to enforce certain things on their platforms before they would even think about coming back. Now, I get it. Visa, MasterCard, and sex games. Perhaps that's the ceiling, and that's where it'll stop. Hopefully it does. But if it doesn't, woo-wee, we're in for a long ride. I just hope we don't have extreme abuse of politicals on this. Really don't. Boy, oh boy.
And here's what this means. It means that Valve no longer controls what is on their platform. The payment companies control that. And if this kind of thing sounds...
Well, again, to reiterate, this happened with Twitch and happened with YouTube with the adpocalypse. They didn't like the content that they were being ads were being put on, so those people that provide that ad revenue pulled out. This is going to happen. So the companies will find ways to enforce the things they don't want to see. A lot of people don't like that they're targeting these games. Like Asmongold had his thoughts on it and didn't like it, period. He says they shouldn't get to tell you what games you are not allowed to see and what you shouldn't be allowed to view. The problem is, though, when you get around to this, it comes right back to us. Because how often are kids able to create an account beyond their parents' purview because parents these days don't like to parent as often. They like to put you in front of a tablet, say, this is your babysitter, let this occupy you. And they'll make an account, and those kids will make that account and change their age. And it's not even hard to do. You don't have to provide any identity verification. And then they can literally go on there and just get on whatever they want. Now, a good example is like my brother-in-law and my sister. They actually control what content their kids can view completely. They have parental controls, locks, everything you could possibly imagine to monitor them, which I totally approve of. But most parents don't. And these platforms like Steam can't be 100% deterrents for preventing kids from saying that they're 18 years of age or older and then looking at this sex stuff. So, as far as I can tell, it's a subtle nuance. It's 50-50. It can be a good thing that they're getting rid of the content, but it can also be a bad thing for the overall industry if other political parties try to use this type of tactic to empower their own beliefs and push it to get rid of everything. See, at some point, it has to draw a line in the sand, and once you go over that line, that's where it stops. We've seen, though, what happens when some group crosses a certain line and we go after them. I mean, I can name quite a few. J.K. Rowling in the incident with a unique gentleman who was always calling her all kinds of names. I will not reiterate those names. She then, after a year or so of back and forth with this guy, decided, you know what? Fine. Since you don't want to stop what you're doing, I'm just going to sue you. Then proceeded to sue him. And then he took down everything and issued a public apology. Next, you got now the H3H3 situation with all the Hassan orbiters. People that will take H3H3's content, post it online, and then they don't have any reasonable transformative editing or words in it. It's just them leaving their chair to go use the bathroom. It's literally a meme now. And now we've got a political group in Australia full of Karens, apparently, who do not like certain content and they want to see it gone. So now that they can weaponize these companies, they're going to do that. Now, do I think they can weaponize the company to do this? Like the whole take down the sex games that were on Steam, I get. That's perfectly fine. But if they start targeting everything because they don't like it, we're going to have a problem. But will the companies continue to deal with this? Will they want to listen to these people complaining all the time? Who knows? They listened to them this time because they had valid reasons. I'm not going to deny that their reasons were not valid because they were. They were concerned about that. So as concerned parents, they decided to do that. But again, they're attacking the platform for it instead of just restricting their child's access to it. I'm curious how many of them actually have kids and are just not part of a group and deciding to enforce something on everyone else's kids. See, the responsibility needs to stop falling to these companies and these platforms. It needs to fall to the parents. If the parents aren't willing to take the time to put up parental blocks, parental protections for their kids, then they have no reason to allow them on these websites, period. It goes all the way back to the early 90s when all you would hear about is parents complaining about what their kids get access to and blaming the game, blaming the movie, blaming the media, blaming the TV, blaming the radio, blaming the songs, instead of taking a more proactive approach to being a parent. You chose to have kids. You got to take responsibility for that. I don't have kids because I don't want to take responsibility for that. I don't believe I'd make a good father in any reasonable dynamic. But it just comes down to one subtle nuance. Parents need to start being parents and stop blaming the companies for the content. That parents need to stop and just parent. I mean, it's not that hard. You chose to have kids, take some responsibility. Parent them. You chose this responsibility, so you'll be parenting them for 18 years, preparing them for their walks in life. Try to have some fun with it, too. You can. I've seen my brother-in-law do it. I've seen my sister do it. They both, with their kids, like to have some fun. It's not perfect for anybody, but at least try. Just parent. That's all I'm asking everybody. Stop trying to enforce political ideologies on things and make it the whole thing.
It's familiar to you, it should. Countless platforms like Patreon have experienced similar, and then just after we finished the body of this video, well, the hammer blow fell on itch as well. There's a lot going on.
I want to be clear, I don't know what itch is. I've never heard of it. It seems weird. No clue who itch is, what site that is. It says IO. That reminds me of Mod.io. Maybe it's like that. Because Mod.io is pretty fun. That's a thing that I use for Baldur's Gate 3 with Larian Studios for mods. So as far as I can tell, we'll see what happens. But the Patreon thing, I knew Patreon had something going on like years back, but I didn't know what it was. Oh. So is it like better than Steam or something? Like, or is it more freeware based? Like you can just upload whatever you want? Because I would assume even for a smaller platform, it has to abide by some restrictions. No clue what those are. Never heard of itch. I knew with Patreon stuff was going on.
On Steam, though, to just stay focused on that for now, what just happened is that hundreds of games just got pulled. Developers got a $100 credit as compensation.
It's kind of like giving someone a gift card and then telling them, here you go, make this last. Oh, so they're kind of like Kick in a way then. Because Kick takes a 95/5 for streamers on revenue, though I think that'll change over time. Because Kick's going to have to make changes here and there. Things are going to change, just like with Twitch. Nothing stays forever the same.
And this is just the beginning. We're going to see way more, and the situation is that the people impacted are furious. The fans are actually quite scared, quite worried. But the people who pushed for this change, they are happy, they've had success, and they are not planning on stopping.
Well, it depends on how far the companies are willing to tolerate dealing with their bullcrap. Because I understand them wanting to take down all those sex games. I get it. But I still think they should be better parents and stop blaming the platforms for the problems. Because just parent. If my brother-in-law, my sister can do it with 3 kids, I'm sure these simple parents in Australia can do it as well. It's not hard. You just got to parent. Be a parent.
Also got big news for the thousands of you
blaming
who
all the
visited and
platforms.
used our sponsor boot.dev, and that news is TypeScript. If you know what that means, you know it's pretty huge. The entire backend learning path is now playable in TypeScript as well as Go. It's funny, Lane, the founder's tweet, basically just reads, "Fine, you win. We've capitulated to the way of soy because enums." And if you're wondering why you should care, well, TypeScript is Microsoft's vastly more powerful JavaScript. Static types, fearless.
I have a rule when I watch videos and react to them. If the video is several months old and I'm just catching it, I won't play the ad that they have in the video. However, if it's like 5 hours ago or a day or so, I will play the ad. It's out of respect for them willing to put out the content. I want to be respectful to the content creator.
Refactors, editor auto-completion, lots of lovely things, which is why Google, Slack, and Airbnb use it in production. It lets you catch bugs while you're coding instead of...
Airbnb? Airbnb? Ha! That's ironic. I run 2 Airbnbs, and I caretake one of them. Good old Airbnb. It's not so bad.
You know, when the server's on fire. TypeScript's awesome. Now, boot.dev wraps all of that in the power of an RPG. That means quests, XP, boss fights, real-time leaderboards.
Yeah, it's just me trying to be fair to them.
You get to enjoy that while you're wiring up databases.
I'm just reacting to their content that they edited and made.
And now doing
my goal is just to give them proper respect. Now, if the video's like over a month old, then no, I'll skip the ad.
You'll have the confidence to dual-wield TypeScript and Go in any gig which is going to be huge for employers.
Month, 2 months, 6
there's
months.
a bit of a hack to save you the most money. Boot.dev/Ballier News, code Ballier News gets you 25% off with your first purchase. But what you can do is buy the yearly plan for the largest saving, because, 25% of a bigger number is a bigger number.
He does a
and
lot
if
of
you don't
WoW
gel with
content.
it, well, just use the no-risk 30-day money-back guarantee. Okay, let's talk about what actually happened. Steam used to have 14 rules for developers. We actually just looked at it recently in this video, but now there's a 15th rule.
Oh, so they did add 15. Okay. I thought so. Is it really rules or is it terms of service? Or is it EULA agreement? I have no idea. All I do is go on there and play games I like and move on.
So here's the new rule. Content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related networks and banks or internet network providers, in particular certain kinds of adult-only content. That's, the thing you can't do. Now pay attention to the wording here. May. Not does violate. Just may violate.
Meaning the card companies will pick and choose. I mean, I get it. I understand the card companies wanting to get rid of this kind of content on a platform that they're being on. Let's look back in history. Let's go back about a decade or so. We had the YouTube ad apocalypse back with Total Biscuit. And during that whole incident, companies that are providing ad revenue for those for YouTube were pulling out because they didn't like the content that was on YouTube at the time. And they demanded change. So YouTube changed its terms of service, did a lot of video deleting, and thus they came back. Twitch did something very similar. Twitch had the adpocalypse as well. And then they pulled out, and then as a result, Twitch had to change its terms of service, start enforcing certain content, and deleting certain VODs. And they did. And then the companies came back and provided ad revenue. I mean, if MasterCard and Visa are going to do this, I can understand them not wanting that kind of content on Steam, but they're doing it later when they should have done it sooner. Like, they're providing a payment service for another company, and they're just now deciding we're going to change it at the last second. See, it's like companies at the whims of companies. What's the point of a terms of service with one and then a terms of service with another? When instead the end user, which is us, the consumer, now have to memorize 2 terms of service. I mean, now I got to go check out Visa and MasterCard's terms of service, which is like nearly 80 pages long, instead of Steam's simple little scroll down, which is less than a 10-minute read. Too many terms of service. I'm not going to read all those. That's too much. There is too many YouTube. There definitely is too much of that. But you can get an ad blocker, even though YouTube's really trying hard to push against that. They're trying really hard. I mean, they even took down Linus Tech Tips tutorial video on ad blockers, and they didn't like that very much.
And what's key to understand is this goes beyond the existing rules. As an example, Rule 3 already bans mislabeled adult content. Rules 6 and 7 ban illegal content and shock value material. So what's Rule 15 for? Well, it's for content that previously was allowed by the other 14 rules. Content that is now retroactively...
Are you telling me Steam wasn't enforcing the rules earlier? Based on what he just said there, and with the content of what I just saw, he's basically saying they didn't enforce the content originally. Oh, okay. Well, just goes to show, as much as I love Steam, they're doing the same thing Twitch is then. Not enforcing their terms of service equally among all their content creators or developers. Ugh, it's ugly. YouTube does it. Twitch does it. Now Steam does it. Boy. I haven't had that problem, and I've had this going for a long time. Believe me, if they were going to block based on ad blockers, everybody would have been blocked that uses their phone and uses that little ad blocker. Believe me, it's not as many as you would think, because there's another person who blocks ads. Oh, maybe it's European then. Maybe it's a law within the EU against doing that. Because if you've seen Stop Killing Games, there's a lot of stuff going down with that right now, especially over in the EU.
Banned. And here's how the rule played out. Eagle-eyed users spotted a change. SteamDB's removals list basically exploded overnight. Hundreds of adult-only games vanished. Especially games that, well, we will call not involving consent or involving family members, right? The sort of thing that many...
Who has time to make this kind of content? Or these kinds of games? It's almost like they're thirsty, and this is where their thirst is going. Can't quench it, just gotta make it.
people would find to be extremely distasteful, but that in the setting of like a fictional thing for adults is...
I'll be honest, I did not know this kind of content was on Steam until literally today. I mean, there was a game on Steam that they called Boobs, and you basically just have this big 3D hand randomly slapping back and forth, and it was weird, but it was free with a beta. So, I mean, I had suspected there was this side of Steam, but because I'm mainly on Steam playing Elden Ring, playing Terraria, playing Vindicus, playing D&D games like Neverwinter Nights, and playing Baldur's Gate 2 and 3, and Skyrim, I've never been on this side of Steam. I didn't know this was the kind of content that was being poured out. I mean, sister times slaves? What the heck?
Is not illegal, at least in every jurisdiction, right? And that's the bit that's interesting. So yes, this is unpalatable content to some people. It's illegal, though, in a few jurisdictions, which we'll address later in the video.
Does Steam enforce the jurisdiction bans, VI IP addresses? I'm curious. If that's the case, then Steam's actually proactively trying to prevent certain areas from getting it. But again, I still have to reiterate this. Why don't parents just parent? They're always blaming the companies. But, like, child protection locks, child protective things prevent them from viewing certain things. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like parents should parent, leave the companies alone, and it can go too far sometimes. But, like, this group in Australia proactively took Visa and MasterCard business company, talked to them, and then proceeded to ask them to get this stuff banned. Don't get me wrong, I do not agree with Steam having all this stuff. That's not stuff that I get on Steam for. In fact, I know there's an adult side. I did not know there was this adult side. That's some crazy stuff Steam allowed on their platform. Oh, wow.
But here's what matters, right? Not all of these games are illegal. What this was a blanket removal. And you may say that in theory, Valve is complying with the law, except they're not. This is not about the law. This is about third-party pressure, not legal compliance. The reason why is, well, payment processors. The admission. Valve admitted everything in a statement that was sent to Rock Paper Shotgun. They said this, quote, "We were recently notified that certain games in Steam may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors and their related card networks and banks." Again, not do breach, just may breach.
Okay, so they mentioned there was 3 payment processes that Steam uses that were responsible for this. But I've only heard of Visa and MasterCard sending down a letter asking them to do this when they made the changes. What about PayPal? Did PayPal have anything to say? And I like how my pause caught him at the perfect image. If you guys can see this, notice how it's like he's got a lazy eye and he looks halfway tired. This is how you catch meme photos.
That's a through line here. So responding to this, Valve pulled all of the games. They notified the devs, offered the $100 and called it a day. You might be thinking, God damn, you didn't even put up a fight? Well, yeah, they didn't. And there's a reason why they just called it a day and caved so quickly. The brutal truth is that without PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, Steam kinda dies, or at least a lot of its revenue goes away. I mean, think about it. Visa and MasterCard control, didn't make this up, 69%. Of global credit cards. It's a pretty high percent. They dominate debit cards in the US as well, and lately they've been flexing. They've been cutting off other businesses, and if they drop Steam, that would be game over. Valve can't just go and create their own...
That's the problem with a so-called free market and monopolies. Because let's be real, how many of you have Visa and MasterCard? I know I have MasterCard because my bank uses MasterCard. for their debit cards services. So I know that they take over the majority of stuff. That's crazy, that level of monopoly. And they can influence a company to change that quickly.
Own payment network. Can you imagine dealing with the infrastructure, the regulatory compliance for all the different regions? It would be a nightmare. So Valve are trapped. But you may notice something's been left out. We know that it may be the guidelines of the payment processors. We know that Valve is worried.
He's saying the guidelines, but my question still hasn't been answered. Did they make these changes because of that group in Australia? Or did they send a notice to MasterCard, Visa, and PayPal from that group in Australia only to tell them, hey, this platform has a bunch of this stuff on it that's already in your terms of service, so you may want to say something to them? I'm curious which of it is it? Did they change their policies overnight because of that group? Or were the policies already there, and did Visa and MasterCard? YouTube, enjoy work. Hope it's not too hard. I'm curious what they did, because this is the thing I can't understand.
But who's actually driven this issue? The agitators. The Aussies. Yep, the Aussies have done this. Thanks, lads. Basically, right? An Australian group called Collective Shout claimed a big victory here. Basically, they sent an open letter on July 11th. It targeted PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa directly, and it got 1,067 supporters to basically email these companies, which is not a lot, but it was enough. Now, they claimed then that they were subject to misogynistic abuse online for being involved in doing this campaign, and it was loud. A lot of people looking at this basically just said, hey, you censorious bastards, go away. You don't get to just impose your whatever values on the rest of us, especially not the rest of the world if what you're basically doing is trying to go for the payment processors. Now, look, I am not making a claim that you should like all of these games, right? Or that you should find them palatable. No, I am not. What this is, though, is a policy discussion, one that actually does impact all of us. Now, what they were pushing for, I think to a lot of people, is an overreach, certainly a risk, certainly worrying. As always in the internet, there is a small percentage of people who go way, way too far in not liking something. That did mean that they, would be able to take, oh, that's a misogynistic message, that's an angry tweet. They could just take all of those things and actually use them as further proof that they are being subject to misogynistic abuse online.
They're being subjected to trolls. I mean, that's the most obvious. Trolls act like they're doing us a favor when they fight on our behalf, but they think it's the funniest stuff in the world, but they're really just giving them more ammunition to use when it comes to filing grievances to get stuff taken down. I don't think a lot of them think through what they're doing. But the thing that blows my mind is the fact that this group in Australia, who I never heard of up to this point, because the majority of the games that I play don't get hit by controversial stuff. There was only one game that I ever saw get a big giant controversial hit, and that was Hogwarts Legacy. Like, that was attacked at every angle by LGBTQ plus supporters, and they were trying to get it taken down. Karen's and Kevin's. Honestly, Kevin's seemed like to me that they're just sadly beta males trying to get together with the highly activist females, hoping that something will happen. That's my view on it. It's not the best view to have, but sadly, that's all I see now is a lot of men screaming next to women who are activists, hoping. But I mean, at least they're trying, I guess. But I just don't understand how a group out of Australia it was able to get this to happen with these card companies, because normally they wouldn't give two craps what these people are sending them unless Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal already had policies in place. They just didn't enforce them because they didn't know it was on Steam. I'm curious if it's already in their policies or if they changed it to support this group. That's what I want to know.
and this would just further their argument, make it stronger, make it more emotionally resonant to the people at, say, MasterCard and Visa, who themselves are probably just worried about getting negative press. Now, let's go more into this group. Who are Collective Shout? Well, Collective Shout describe themselves as, quote, a grassroots campaign.
You can stop me right there, because grassroots, the moment I hear that, I know the term's not being used correctly. It's not being used correctly, because I can bet you the majority of those people that are running that organization are probably people barely out of their 30s. Grassroots, it's for much older people. Much older. You can claim your grassroots, you were brought up, but it's not when you're between 20 and 30. I'll bet if we looked into this group and saw most of their activists, they probably have an age group of 20 to 30. Most likely. They're probably early parents who don't take any responsibility for parenting their kids. Be nice if they did, but nope, they gotta attack all the places that, if my kid, I can't block my kid from seeing it. You can, you just don't want to do it. You want everyone else to do it for you.
Movement against the objectification of women and the sexualization of girls. They've been active since 2009. Their targets range quite widely. This is from actively illegal stuff to just content that they simply find to be distasteful. And they've taken on legitimately unsavory products. Tate Brothers, for instance, they try to challenge like sexist advertising, they boycott some films they don't like the 50 Shades of Grey stuff, but they've also went to target mainstream gaming.
50 Shades of Grey was a book, and they made a movie about it. Interesting. Boy, I've been out of the loop a bit. I did not know half these movies existed for most of these books.
Like, say, Grand Theft Auto.
I know Netflix is doing some stuff
from shelves in Target and Kmart in Australia. And in that case, it was on the grounds of violence against...
You know what GTA 6 reminds me of? It's like the next Elder Scrolls that is never going to come out. Ever. That's basically it. Because that's all I'm waiting for. There's millions of people waiting for GTA 6. Me, I'm waiting for Elder Scrolls 6. But no, Bethesda's like, we got to do all this and all that. I'm like, come on, guys, give me my Elder Scrolls.
Against women in an open world game with a whole bunch of characters. If you just go beat people up, yeah, you can do that. You know, you can say, oh my god, look at this terrible thing in the game that I just did and recorded. Interesting. Now, they also went for Detroit Become Human for the same thing. Other campaigns against that game all failed. But it is clear that, yeah, they're able to pick up wins. I mean, even in Steam, they've got wins, and this is not their first win on the Steam platform. They've complained about multiple Steam games before. Some got pulled individually, but this July, things have been different because they changed tactics, where instead of targeting Valve, they just went straight to the payment processors. Which, look, if you're a political operative, definitely say that's a smart move, right? Go above and above and have a massive impact. That's what they decided to do. And these are companies that have caved before. As an example, take a look at Tumblr. They banned all adult...
Okay, the Tumblr situation, holy crap, that had to happen. That had to happen. The stuff that was being posted on there, that I straight up couldn't even believe that they were being allowed to post on the stuff. There was child pornography on this site, and it's supposed to be a social media site. They were hiding it in like weird hidden links and things like that, from what I heard. Wow. So targeting Tumblr to get them to take that down, 100%. I am okay with that, because that is a social media platform. That's not somewhere you should have that. Woo.
Content after payment processors threatened them. PayPal has actually dropped ebook sellers over, let's just say, non-vanilla content. Non-vanilla content that is legal. That's the thing. And this is basically the playbook, and it's one that has just worked in Steam. But here's the thing, I kind of just misled you. I did it though for a point, so let me explain.
His videos tend to do this misleading thing, because I've watched a lot of his WoW lore videos, and when he explains something, he'll lead you down a path, and he'll be like, I misled you, and then come back to it. This is just a common trope that he does.
It is true that their campaign against Tumblr worked, and that yes, Tumblr just went to pull down all the prawns. But part of what sealed the deal for Tumblr was heaps upon heaps upon heaps of actual child...
Yeah, that stuff. that stuff. You may not want to say the word, but it's just the truth. That crap was there. Shouldn't have been there, but it was.
You know, abuse content, material, CASM, I believe it is called, in the press. Now, the Tumblr was, or cheese pizza is often what people would say online. Now, the Tumblr was a disgusting cesspool that was riddled with that actually illegal, just about everywhere content, was essentially an open secret on the internet. Tumblr was absolutely asleep at the wheel. They did not do a good enough job of policing their own platform. And because of that...
That's another thing. YouTube does not do a good job of policing its own platform. You can find tons of videos, just videos of random movies all over the place on these different channels. Some of these channels are verified and posting this content. And what they are is they're these small channels that support these families in India who post this content to get views and ad revenue so they can get money to take care of their families. Now, you're probably thinking, is that scummy or should it be taken down? Well, I have no two-way thoughts on that, because it's one thing they're in a poor country, and I get it, but at the exact same time, they're stealing someone else's content, reposting it, and profiting off it, but YouTube isn't policing it, even though it's in their terms of service. It's like a weird two-way street. You're trying to find some common ground. But if I had to make my choice, I would straight up just enforce the policy as written and just go with that. And YouTube does a terrible job of policing its content. Whew.
That, I honestly can't say I'm surprised that payment processors wanted nowhere near it, because the facts were that content existed there, and a lot of, well, you know, the maps, they congregated there. Okay, let's bring us back to Steam, though. So, Waypoint's Anna Valens reported something interesting here. She flagged that Valve does actually put extra scrutiny in adult game submissions. For just one example, a game got rejected for inaccessible files that, quote, might feature underage characters. So was illegal content really getting through all the time with Steam? I would say probably not in most cases. But it did happen once. Steam did have one major slip-up. Collective Shout exploited that brilliantly. Do you remember a game called No Mercy? It released in March, and it featured, quote, non-consensual domination of family members. Collective Shout mobilized against this game. 3,000 emails were sent to Gabe Newell.
You're right about that, because they'll
happened.
cut the audio in the video.
That content was illegal somewhere, just not everywhere. Where it was illegal was the United Kingdom and Australia, and actually under relatively new laws. Now that does mean that under Valve's own rules, that game should not have been sold at all in those regions. But Valve didn't act for 5 days. They only acted after international media coverage. I mean, the UK government even commented in that case. Now, eventually the developer pulled it entirely to avoid causing Valve more problems. This, of course, gave Collective Shout ammunition. They could just point to No Mercy and they could say, see, illegal content can get through. The implication was perhaps that Collective Shout over-egged their claims, perhaps mixed the potentially illegal in some regions with content that they simply find distasteful. Never mind the basic fact that most of the removed games were not illegal in all territories. But the narrative stuck. The waters were muddy.
I'm still curious how Valve would enforce that. Because even here in the USA, they have different laws in each state. And then there's different countries with different laws. Would Valve have to set itself up to be able to enforce under all those laws through IP addresses? Because the majority of people try to use VPNs, or they'll use proxies and try to avoid the detection. I don't know. I'm just curious how people are bypassing that, or Valve's even enforcing that. Because based on what he just said in the very beginning of the video, Valve was not enforcing most of those rules it set for that adult cinema. So because of that, I guess it's just the same with everybody. You hope one of your favorite places that you like to hang out at enforces its rules equally among everyone, but they just don't. YouTube doesn't. Twitch definitely doesn't. And then you've got now Steam. Boy.
because of this No Mercy thing. Groups like Collective Shout can just point to an event like No Mercy being pulled, and they can use that to convince payment processors that other illegal content might be there on the platform. Because all they really need to do is convince a large company that, look, it's happened before, it could happen again, you don't want that risk, you should pressure them. That's how this kind of thing goes. This story, though, does actually hit rather differently when you know a little bit of the history in the background. You see, back in June 2018, Valve actually made a promise. They said that anything not illegal or trolling was actually allowed. Now, this came after backlash over adult game removals. They specifically said that they would not cave to payment processors or to interest groups. But here, 7 years later, they have done exactly that. They've just went and pulled games that may violate payment processor rules.
Alright, so now that I get a chance to look at Rule 15 more clearly, because I'm not sure how long the clip lasted before because I was too busy talking. Content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors. So that means, if this is to be taken at face value, that means that they already had these policies in place beforehand. They just weren't enforcing them equally among all their all their people that they use all the people that use their systems. So that's interesting. But I mean, that's be pretty hard for Visa and MasterCard, despite how big they are, to enforce across everywhere, because they're used in everything, nearly. I mean, when I go to shop for groceries, it uses everything. Sorry there, I don't use those sites. I get a lot of these bots that like to post, or even if they're not bots, to post in my chats, like, hey, we use these websites that help boost your content. I'm like, no, I'll do it on my own. Appreciate you guys' interest, but none of that. Give me 1 sec, I have to delete, and deleters. Okay, I had to delete those.
And remember, that is the wording of Valve's new Rule 15. May. Not does. May. Now, you might think that may is just a very woolly, non-specific word. I would actually argue that here, oh no, may is a very, very specific word. They're using it because, well, it might not, but we don't want to run the risk of getting the proof. That's the specific language. It's a rule directly designed to give Valve preemptive permission based on their interpretation of other people's rules, but not anything that's actually deeply fought over or proved in any sort of objective sense, or at least one that would lead to like a common societal or legal whatever consensus. And in a way, that's scary. What's next? I mean, will developers see these mysterious rules before they go and submit their games? If people can find success over things that they find distasteful, what does that mean for other types of games? What happens when payment processors change their standards again? Because they will change them again. What matters is the Collective Shout just proved that the formula works, the plan works. Just over 1,000 emails alleging illegal content forced this change. Not proving, just alleging. That's a low bar and a...
He's right, it is a low bar. But, based on the information that we've seen, the payment processors already had these policies in their terms of service, or whatever agreement package that they have for utilization of their services. Which means, if they're going to work with a certain company, they're going to work with it and expect those policies to be honored. The problem is, though, as big as Visa and MasterCard are, and PayPal, not that I've heard much about them, it seems like it was just Visa and MasterCard, that they can't enforce it across all platforms unless it's brought to their attention by an outside group. And this group was a bunch of very angry political people that are in Australia. I haven't had any changes in policy at my bank other than one that happened about a year ago. So a weird policy, I didn't fully understand it, but if you have less than $100 in your account, they charge a $4.95 fee every month. So you have to maintain at least $100 in there, pretty much. And that's pretty much what they're doing. So they definitely do change them every now and then.
A low number of emails. And here's what really worries developers. Payment processors have targeted queer and minority content before. It often would get flagged as adult only in a disproportionate way. And in some instances, as an example in YouTube, that would simply just be because of who is making it and the sort of topic they're talking about, not necessarily what's in it in any way that, say, if it was just normal basic hetero stuff would even be targeted, right? So that's been awful. It's happened in YouTube. A lot of those people are also worried about this, not just, you know, big Team Goontown who just wants to have Steam Gooner games. But guess what? It gets worse. So as we recorded all of this, we saw further proof. itch.io essentially descended into chaos. The site had to de-index any content tagged as adult from their browse and search pages. That effectively takes it out of the public eye. It kind of removes discoverability. Now, they posted a blog that explicitly tied this to Collective Shout and payment processors. In their own words, quote, "This is a time-critical moment for itch.io. The situation developed rapidly, and we had to act urgently to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure. That essentially meant they had to act as fast as they could and then deal with talking to developers later." And what's happening now is the company are auditing their entire platform to review content that, you know, would be against the standards set by these payment processors. Standard devs will now have to sign off as sort of meeting all these requirements on their pages. And again, these are not legal requirements, these are just the rules of payment processors, you know, not the rules of itch. And it's any game that could be adult, right? Could. The not safe for work tag doesn't just mean FAP. It doesn't just mean nudity. It can be a lot of other things. And here's what's wild.
I can safely say this. If this group intends to target games from major publishers and developers, like let's say, for example, Larian Studios releases a new Divinity Sin game. They go into Divinity Sin 3, and that game has adult-themed content. And this group decides to try to target it. I'm getting the feeling Steam would be screwed, because Larian would just take it somewhere else and release it on a different platform, and yeah, that would be that. See, that's the issue, is there's big developers and publishers that make great games that sell for billions and make tons of money, and I don't think Steam wants to lose that piece of the pie. There's always the possibility that places like Steam, Valve, would come up with their own payment process. Now, don't get me wrong, they have the means. They could do it to create their own payment processor. I mean, they have the means. They're $1 billion company now. Valve has gotten that big. The Steam Deck alone has been unbelievably profitable for them. And the amount of stuff that they do, it has been profitable for them. So I guess we'll just have to see what happens if they want to put forth the infrastructure to build their own payment processing and just move off Visa and MasterCard. But I haven't heard anything about PayPal. He's mentioned PayPal 3 times, and nothing about PayPal's policies have come down. It seemed like it was just Visa and MasterCard.
The game count on itch went from 28,000 games to under 7,000 as of this morning, right? That's 21,000 games.
Okay, if we were to pull up the list of those games on itch.io, how bad would some of them be that are adult themed? Like, what are they? I'm kind of curious. I might look that up later.
Award-winning artistic titles are being hidden and being pulled, all while the devs impacted by this cannot pull their funds from the site while their accounts are under review. In a way, it's itch's fault, but they kind of feel like they have to do this. I mean, compared to Valve, itch is absolutely tiny. Percentage of Steam's traffic. But itch isn't Steam. As a distribution platform, many of their pages are for art, books, non-commercial games, right? Both digital and tabletop. Especially, they have pretty, good penetration into the LGBT side of things, who maybe can't distribute through.
Did he just make a joke? I'm sure I heard that clearly. He said penetration into a certain group.
Other channels, so they're also disproportionately impacted by this. So basically, kind of no matter where you are in the spectrum, this isn't particularly good for you. And for the people making this, well, they are just in limbo, their livelihoods cut off. So it's not surprising that they're kind of not willing to take this shit. You know, it's funny, the internet is an extremely divided and divisive place, but if you
It's more of a volatile place. For all intents and purposes, humans are very chaotic. We go from one thing to the next, and sometimes we don't just settle.
you're to make it a Venn diagram and you're to put in a circle that just says Homo sapiens that get kind of horny, guess what? That covers almost everybody. So I'd at least hope that this could be an instance where people who perhaps wouldn't normally be on the same side of an issue can maybe band together, because it does actually impact everyone, because it's about the shared rules of the game. And that's what leads me to developers of not safe for work games trying to fight back. They're preparing a petition.
I think what we need now, honestly, is for our, at least here in the United States, for our actual government, federal government, to develop new copyright legislation and actually sit back and work out new laws in place for internet. Because at this point, it's getting to the point where they're allowing companies to be the ones to make the decisions and establish precedents like a judge does with a case. And that's not okay. We've got to get our legislators to actually come forward and do some new development. I mean, for crying out loud, senators and congressmen have nearly 100+ days off a year. A year. And they spend most of that golfing or going to big dinner engagement events to get tons of money from their sponsors. I mean, this is why I'm not a big fan of my federal government right now. It really needs to get some of these 80, 90-year-old people out of office and get some young blood in there and make some changes. We may not like all the changes, but at least change is happening at a much faster rate than it is now.
Petition to the United Kingdom government. One of our members from Games passed on this statement to us from the petition. They want legal products to be protected from payment processor censorship. But of course the big question is, will this matter? Because in 2018, Valve said they would defend creative freedom. In 2025, they won't even fight. I mean, Gabe, my boy, even Tim Sweeney's more of a goddamn fighter. Look at him! Dude just went to crack open Google, and, you know, even though it was really self-serving, he did actually succeed in cracking open a lot of Google and Apple. Just kind of ballin'. Shame about the whole exclusivity thing. Anyway, the message is pretty clear here. Any content that payment processors find objectionable could be next. So, look, it might start on...
I think, and you can hold me to this in a year or a few months if it does get worse, but I think this is probably where it stops. Because I don't think it's going to be that escalated. I think that that group in Australia understood the policies that Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal had, sent them notices that this particular company had this content, and they just contacted them saying, hey, you're violating the policies. We're going to have to pull out if you don't, you know, enforce what you agreed upon with us when we signed our contracts. So that's what I think it is. I think it's just enforcing their already in place policies. Now, yes, they do change policies on a whim. Some have 30-day notices, others will inform you in 6 days, others just tell you we can change it whenever we want and we'll inform you when we do. But as far as I can tell, this is just me. I could be wrong. It might just stop with this. Because this probably was already policies they had in place, and they just wanted them to be honored. Maybe it'll stop with that. Could be wrong, but maybe it will.
On a transfery game and a, you know, sort of gooner game in Steam. Maybe two separate bits of the thing. It may start there. But what if it continues? I think we can see that sort of thing continue. Again, the laws that a bunch of this stuff isn't actually allowed, allowed per in the UK and Australia, those are relatively new laws. So we should actually think about the direction of travel here. You may not like something or agree with someone's, actions or whatever.
A fine example of that was the J.K. Rowling's whole thing with Hogwarts Legacy. They tried to boycott it to death, and it backfired so hard on the people that tried to boycott it that they did doubled the sales that they were expecting and got over $1 billion in revenue for the game. And the game was good. I'm not even going to deny that. But it's just funny to me how hard they try. But then when we, the gamers, fight back, how badly they lose. And then they keep trying to fight again, and then they lose, and they keep coming back. It's like a back and forth round off in boxing. He's down. No, he's down. He's coming back. There's a left hook, a right jab, straight to the gut, liver shot, kidney shot, everything.
But the law that hits them could hit you in ways that you don't necessarily have the capacity to predict, because we can't look into the future. That's why thinking about the more baseline systems is actually what's important here. Because at the end of the day, in almost all of our societies, what's the point? The point is, well, laws are made up that are ideally via some sort of democratic process. That's the sort of stuff that people think.
That's the sort of stuff we need. Actual laws in place to enforce certain things, because companies being able to push their weight and make a law that's not an actual law, enforce it, is crazy to me. Shows the amount of power they have. But then again, Visa and MasterCard have a monopoly. They have a big monopoly. So free market monopolies are not good. They're not good. So I hope that we get something in place that stops us from continuing. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
They should be beholden to. Now, a private business has, of course, the right to do business, whatever way they want. That's okay. But what happens when a private business becomes such a large foundational piece of infrastructure that you cannot get around them? That means that whenever PayPal, MasterCard, Visa, and other providers pretty much all agree and are very worried about their big corporate interests, about trying to defend their position as infrastructure by cozying up to governments, well, what way do you think they will end up being biased? But to bring it back to Steam, Steam being the place where anything goes as long as it's legal, is now dead. The spirit of it's mostly alive, but it is literally dead. Here's the thing. Once you become a platform that's large, you become a kingmaker. You hold a lot of power. If you invite not safe for work people onto your platform, you are saying, hello, we're inviting you over here. We are going to do business with you, and that will be great for all of our shared customers. You're safe here. Do business with us. Trust us. Well, if your processes are not tight enough to defend that space, say to let illegal content in, as Tumblr kept on doing, well, you basically betray all of those people that took you on good faith. And that means you are breaking your end of the bargain. Valve have done that here. And there's a reason why it's content like this that ends up being the sparking point. It's carnal. It's animalistic. It's topics that people feel, right? It's fears that people hold, and fear.
Look at some of these names. That, I don't even want to know what that would be about. Well, that's just a silly name. Some of those names.
Magnifies. As today shows, it only took 1,067 emails orchestrated by a group that knows how to play the system in a country far away that doesn't have much to do with most of the people watching this channel, yet it impacts global Steam. That should be worrying. And even better for Collective Shout, it's self-sustaining. That's because pushback, insults, and perhaps abuse that they get from people who have been angered by all of this, guess what? That just gives them more fuel to do corporate jujitsu on risk-adverse multinational corporations who want a good quarter, no risk, no bad quarterly report dramas. As for Steam, well, the bar is low, and the language of their rules is worryingly vague. It's not the only legal problem Steam has got. Oh no, there's another big one. We'll be covering it shortly. But for another policy issue that impacts you, well, how about this? The idea that Sony have potentially engaged in monopolistic practices and price manipulation to systemically overcharge you for video games by destroying market principles. That's the allegation, and you can learn about the story in this video next.
Okay, that wouldn't shock me. That Sony or Microsoft with Xbox would do something like that. Because, I mean, you've seen it. $79.99 games, $89.99 games. Nintendo is doing it. And Nintendo is extremely strong about protecting their everything. Nintendo will do whatever it takes to protect their brand. And they go crazy with it sometimes. Alright, now we got another incident that happened. There was an incident going on that I found out about recently that involved VTubers that signed up with a company called VShojo. I thought that after the one incident that happened with a group of VTubers who signed up with another company, that this issue would not happen again. Sadly, it happened again. And this time it became very real, very public. A basic Cliff Note breakdown of this is Iron Mouse, one of the most popular VTubers, probably the most popular VTuber on the entire internet, ran a fundraiser for a special group and raised over $500,000. However, after raising that money for the charity reported that they had not received it yet. Iron Mouse was panicking, wondering what was going on. Well, turns out the VShojo company took the money and spent it. They spent it. All of it. $500,000 gone. And then, as the controversy got worse and worse, VShojo CEO came out to say they declared bankruptcy. So now, they don't have to pay a dime back of what they took. Scummy. Very scummy. And these VTubers are up in arms because they're coming out about their treatment at the company by their managers and the company itself. I mean, this is no different than, we hear it all the time. Imagine famous singers who sign up with a record deal at a record company and they have no money left because the record company paid everything, but they didn't get anything for it. We've heard this story across numerous industries. This is just another case of that. But what's worse is that it was for a charity event and they took $500,000 and spent it on themselves. And it wasn't like they didn't know it was for a charity. VShojo knew this was a charity. It's in the VOD on the site for Iron Mouse. Big bold letters. This is money raised for charity. Did the English escape VShojo? Did they not understand it because there's a cultural gap? I don't know. I just know that that's some scummy behavior. And what's worse is that now the money that they raised, they're not getting it back. I don't know if they can with VShojo declaring bankruptcy, but I can tell you right now, I would not want to be in VShojo's shoes with that whole situation.
Okay, we gotta talk about the VShojo situation. Basically, if you didn't know, VTuber Iron Mouse released this video where she explains why she left VShojo. Now, VShojo is a talent agency that manages a bunch of VTubers, and they seem to be a very scummy company trying to exploit their talent and potentially even snub charity. Now, this has led to an insane chain reaction with everybody leaving VShojo. People are even coming out with insane stories of exploitation and general creepy shit like VShojo staff doxing identities. We even got CEOs being confronted on stream. So we're gonna go over.
That is true. In one incident that happened, it was another VTuber company. They, during a one of their VTubers leaving and then filing a court case against them, they proceeded to release information that they weren't supposed to the public, with public information about said VTuber. They did this, and they were a Japanese company. I'm beginning to think all VTuber Japanese-owned companies are black sites. They have to be. There's no other explanation for it. They have to be black sites, because at this rate, this is two in less than a 5-year span who have been doing some sketchy stuff and getting away with it, and then proceed to declare bankruptcy and take $500,000 in charity and disappear with it. Literally.
over the situation, look at everybody's reaction from Asmongold to Legal Mindset to Charlie to Ludwig. Basically, everybody's talking about this. Subscribe for your daily dose of YouTube.
Let's up those numbers!
Now, quick context for any people who are not caught up. Iron Mouse is this super popular streamer. She actually broke the all-time sub record at one point. She has this disease called CVID. Basically, your immune system sucks and you get sick really easily and life is pretty tough. Now, it turns out she's very passionate about helping people who suffer with it. She works with this charity called the IDF, the
There it is. That was the charity, Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Immune Deficiency Foundation, and apparently this company, VShojo, manages the finances of a bunch of VTubers, including her. So VShojo basically completely fucked her over, and the charity as well. Here's a short clip of her explaining what happened.
I am leaving VShojo. Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by VShojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from VShojo. I know that this is a lot, and it's very important for me to be honest with all of you. I really want to tell you everything, but unfortunately right now, I have been instructed by my attorney to wait for more of the legal procedure to unfold. So one day, I will be able to tell you the full story.
Right, so absolutely insane. This company
Very insane. And the sad part about all this, the truly sad part, is that the fact that this happened again. It happened again. Yeah, this stuff is scummy. It's very scummy. They shouldn't have been allowed to do this. They got away with it. And by declaring bankruptcy, they pretty much can't, they don't have to pay anything back. But that's only on current proceedings. If Iron Mouse is filing after they've declared bankruptcy, then maybe she can get the money. But it's a sad, sad situation. It should not have happened. And man, I cannot imagine you spent almost an 8-hour stream trying to raise money for a charity you believed in, that you've been a part of, and she hasn't been part of this charity for that short for a short period of time. She has the condition. This charity most likely in her life gave her money to help her get treatment. It's not too far from the truth. That's why she wanted to give back. Because she had the means, she had the growth, she had the channel to do so. And she used her platform to try to do that, only for the scummy VShojo to come in and, oh, we manage your finances, and we'll tell you over and over we gave the money to them. And the charity keeps calling Iron Mouse asking, hey, we haven't received the donation yet. And she's like, okay, let me check with my financial advisor. Calls VShojo, and they're like, oh, no, we're sending it over. Nothing to worry about. And then they're just going out and they're, getting a drink with that money.
is apparently not paid out $500,000 to charity,
And to be clear, 500,000 is not a small amount. No.
absolutely disgusting shit. On top of that, they have not paid out the talent themselves and are in general just extremely exploitative and cringe. And these agencies are basically the modern day MCNs. And they essentially exploit naive talent who don't really know any better, and they end up getting stuck in these horrible contracts.
And again, this is not the first time it's happened. That's why I'm shocked that most of these VTubers didn't pay attention to what happened 5 years ago. Because it's still fresh. It's still fresh. It hasn't gone away. People still talk about it as an example of a black site company that abuses its workers.
Now, I can sort of relate to Iron Mouse. I also had an autoimmune disease, Crohn's. And yeah, it's pretty tough to deal with. Autoimmune diseases in general just suck. They take like years to diagnose. The entire time the world...
Okay. They are correct about that. See, I'm not referring to myself. I have a cat. His name is Hex. He suffers from autoimmune skin disease. It took 5 different vets, almost 2 years, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. I went to 5 different vets, tallied up a bill of over $10,000 just to figure out what was wrong with him. I even took him out of state to another vet to get him allergy tested to determine if he had allergies. And I also brought him back. Turns out I tried the 5th vet. The 5th vet was a vet up the road from where I live. I took him there. The vet takes one look at him and goes, I know what this is. Based on all the history that I had passed on to him from the files. Of course, one of the vets was being a pain and not sending the information, so I had to give it my best to remember it all. But he looked at him and goes, he has autoimmune skin disease. I'm like, are you certain? He's like, I've seen this before. And proceeded to give him Atopica, a immunosuppressant, and now Hex, months and months later, getting close to a year, has made a full 180. He's not kidding when it is deceivingly hard to figure out what is wrong with an immune deficiency. It is not easy to diagnose at all. And I mean, I'm talking about a cat. A cat. Can you imagine in human anatomy what it takes to try to diagnose the immune deficiency that someone has? Because there's so many different ones. And the thing is with cats, dogs. Fun fact about dogs, the vet explained to me after he told me what he believed was wrong with Hex. Research into cats only started roughly 30 years ago. Vets were primarily taking care of canines. And after 30 years of research, they found most of what they give dogs, you can give to cats. And it works the same, just in smaller dosage. And fun fact, Atopica was something that they gave to dogs for autoimmune conditions. And they gave that to Hex after they made one for cats, which only came out roughly about, I think, he told me 5 to 6 years ago. And it's only recent. Research into cats only just recently started getting more aggressive. Dogs have so much research, them to trying to figure out what's wrong with them doesn't take as long as it did like with my cat. The vet couldn't believe I took him to 5 different vets and even went out of state. And when he saw all the health history, he was flabbergasted that he thought one vet actually thought it was flea dermatitis and was like, this is not flea dermatitis. Because flea dermatitis would focus on where the fleas are biting. Hex was licking himself everywhere and tearing out fur. So when More Pegasus tells me that it's that difficult, I believe it, hands down. Immune deficiencies are no joke to diagnose.
Thinks you're crazy, your own doctors think you're crazy because they can't figure it out. Meanwhile, you're fucking dying with like level 99 pain. Now, thankfully, mine's under control now after like 2 of the worst years of my life. But yeah, I can definitely feel for her. People responded to Mousy. We got Dog VA, who frequently, helped me raises money for charity and the IDF as well. We got your back. Right behind you, Mouse. Jacksepticeye, so sorry about all of this. Lots of love. I'm so sorry for the people who trusted to let you down so badly. It's genuinely disgraceful, and VShojo really have to do an awful lot to answer for. This isn't a situation you should have to go through. You've got our full support. So let's just start with Iron Mouse's story and Asmongold's reaction as well.
I became a VTuber because I really wanted to make friends. I was very lonely due to the fact that I have a primary immune deficiency disease called CVID.
And see, that's the reason why she cares a lot about it, is because this is a charity that benefits her, and she's raising money to help cure people that have her problem.
I basically
this isn't like some abstraction.
Low to near non.
Oh, I had pet insurance for my first cat, Jamie. In order to get pet insurance for Hex, I'd have had to pay even double the amount just for the coverage. If you get a cat that's past the 4 weeks mark and you don't get them insurance starting when they're a kitten or a puppy, it's way more expensive. And because Hex has pre-existing conditions, he would have cost almost $250 a month just from Lemonade because of his condition. And that's not including any additional charges Lemonade might do or other insurances when they raise their rates. Because Jamie, she still had her pet insurance. I recently stopped it because It's been 5 years now. She's been doing extremely well. She has had no issues, and she's the healthiest cat I've ever had. So I took a risk and I stopped the pet insurance for her. Hex, on the other hand, I pay out of pocket for. Insurance, if I did get it for him, would cost me more than the actual medication coverage that I pay for. So it's a pick and choose game.
Non-functioning immune system, which means I get sick a lot, and it caused me to remain isolated for long periods of my life.
Yep.
So then I found streaming, and I thought about giving it a try because I wanted to see if I could make some friends online, because
Smart.
I honestly couldn't ever leave my room. I never really expected to grow an audience or anything. It was one of the last things on my mind. I just thought that I would stream to, 5 to 10 people and just hang out from time to time, make some friends, play games, and just continue on with my life. In my mind, I saw myself as unhireable, which is why streaming worked for me. I had no boss,
I can relate.
no strict rules, I had no hours, no expectations. It was all up to me, and due to the fact that I have lived my life chronically ill and being unable to do much of anything,
Yeah.
I just felt like
Corona gave a
there
huge
was
boost.
no
Yeah, it
way
did.
that anyone would ever take me or want me. For a while, I was struggling to make a decision because I was afraid about my anonymity and afraid about trusting people.
That's
because
another reason why VTubers are being more popular, is because people just want to stay anonymous. They don't want to have like weirdos getting involved and trying to interfere.
The thing about why I'm VTubing now, for me, it's not because of that. My face is already plastered all over my channel. For me, it's because I lack a webcam. Yep, that's why. I do it because I lack a webcam. And now I've become so accustomed to it, I'm just comfortable with it. So, no big mystery there. I have no health conditions other than asthma. That's it, but that's under control. And for me, VTubing is strictly just a way to have a visual presence without a webcam.
Fear and get into their real life.
Right, so basically she was chronically ill, consider herself unhireable, and this was like her one outlet, right? It is a pretty touching story. She made a career and impacted so many lives despite her, very deplorable situation. And V Shoujo really saw this and went, yeah, let me just f this person over. Now people ask, why get into shady contracts in the first place? Well, there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, they don't know any better, of course. They just want to...
No, they don't. They don't consider getting a lawyer. They don't consider the ramifications of signing it. They just read, oh, money, it's a lot. And they'll handle most of the difficult stuff, so I won't have to. Okay, I will sign this. And it takes a life lesson to teach them. Sometimes the life lesson can be too catastrophic and ruins everything, but other times you get the benefit of a second chance.
Want to get their name out there as like a starting creator. You're basically willing to accept anything. You don't really expect to become successful at all. Reason two is like they want to maintain their anonymity. This is obviously a big thing with female streamers. They usually have these sort of psycho fans, psycho simps, so the company managing it provides another layer of security there, because they handle basically everything there, including the finances. You don't have to submit your names on a lot of things because the company will take charge of that. Well, it was supposed to be more sort of anonymous, but we'll find out later that they've apparently been doxing people behind the scenes as well. Now, this next part, he talks about the gaslighting V Shoujo did to her.
I would always be told how important I was for the company.
Well, she is. She was the face of VShojo by far.
I was told that I was needed in order for the company to succeed. Although that was very positive to hear, it put a lot of pressure and a lot of stress on me to the point where I felt guilt-tripped into signing. I felt responsible for everybody. I felt responsible for staff and talent alike. And I felt like if I didn't do this and if I didn't stay, I was hurting everybody and I was destroying everybody's life. But
Just
this-
emotional manipulation. That's all it is. It's plain and simple, like flat out. It's really not complex at all. Straight up emotional manipulation. Oh, well, we can't do this, or, you know, it's like, if you leave, we're gonna shoot the dog. Like, okay, well, what the f, right?
Yeah, keep in mind that Iron Mouse was the biggest VTuber. She was essentially the company's name and reputation, along with, you know, maybe a few other people. So they were guilt-tripping her into staying while simultaneously doing all the scummy shit behind the scenes. And it always sucks to see that it's always like the sweetest people, you know, the nicest people who have, you know, good hearts. They're the ones getting exploited the most. Then he talks about the contracts these companies sort of
I'm curious, and I'm going to look it up now. Because this is going to answer my question and my next point. Joe is a Japanese company? Ah, that makes it worse. Way worse. Because I have heard and seen tons of crap from Japanese-owned VTuber companies. This is an American-owned company. American. Wow. But of course, they're stationed out of California, so that doesn't shock me at all.
of put in place, right? And how this doesn't really make sense for something to take a year to pay out, right?
Explain. So net means like that you're gonna pay that money in like net 30, you're gonna get paid in 30 days. Net 90, you're gonna get paid in 90 days, right? And so like a 6-month period, that's ridiculous. But I could still chalk that up to just very bad business practices and not malice. Beyond 6 months, now we're having a problem. I've never heard of a 360. Yeah. Well, now they're getting the red ring of death.
This entire situation has broken me. I just wanted to do something good and to give back to a community that helped me. But unfortunately,
I think we need to figure out where the money went. Like, that's what really matters, right? Because, like, that's $500,000. That's a lot of money, guys.
Yes, it is.
Where'd it go? Is it donated? Why isn't it donated? What happened? Like, that's the big issue. You're gonna be fine. They're gonna give the money back. They're gonna have to give the money back or it's fraud. They're gonna have to donate it. It'll happen for sure. Until they post like a financial fucking proof and the Immune Deficiency Foundation comes out and says, yes, we received this money. Bro, people can never let them forget this. This is $500,000.
They declared bankruptcy.
Think about how much money that is. That's insane.
I mean, they better donate or they're just straight up going to jail. I mean, this is not only charity fraud, but also several other violations, which we'll be going over in legal.
It is, but keep in mind they declared bankruptcy. So I'm curious how that impacts it.
Mindsets coverage. But yeah, they don't really have an option here. This isn't just like drama. This is straight up just robbing a charity and a bunch of other people. And it might even get government agencies involved because this is an American thing, obviously. And yeah, when it comes to charity, it's not just these individuals that are involved. You know, the FTC might have a word for these people as well. Now, just some insights into the whole contracts and payments thing. Basically, even for like things like sponsorships, you know, the usual payback you get is net 30 or net 60, right? So basically 30 or 60 days after your upload goes live, they will see, you know, the views and the sales generated, and you know, they do their accounting on a certain day, so that's basically when they pay you. Now, in some fringe cases, it takes longer, you know, 3 months or something. 6 months is, you know, absolute insanity. At that point, you should not be taking any deals like that, but you know, some people have some reasons for it. A year is just fucking crazy. That obviously shows something is wrong. There's absolutely no reason a company cannot pay you for an entire year there, and you're likely doing some sort of shady business behind the scenes. Then he talks about how many people are actually leaving VShojo now.
And everybody has quit. Oh my fucking god. So literally every single person. Oh my god.
I think this video takes place before they declared bankruptcy. Let me see what day it is. Is it 2 day or 3 day old? 2 days old. So yeah, this video took place before they declared bankruptcy.
God. They're all leaving. TBA, yeah, I guess they're probably waiting. They're gonna stream to talk about it. Yeah, rip all the talents. Yeah, there we go.
Now, I'm not too big into the VTubing scene here, so I don't recognize most of these names. I recognize like a few, maybe. Obviously, Iron Mouse here, Melody, Kson. I've heard some of these names. I don't exactly know who they are. I don't actively watch. But yeah, it's only getting worse and worse. As I'm recording as well, more and more people are coming out with videos or statements on Twitter. And essentially, Iron Mouse was the first domino here. More and more people are essentially just getting sick of dealing with this exploitative shit. And once the biggest person's gone, everybody sort of gets the confidence to leave. Also, you know, VShojo's reputation has been turned to shit because of this whole charity thing. So it's kind of open season for everyone to leave now. Now, the surprising part out of all of this is the fact that everybody's leaving sort of instantly. I would have thought that these contracts had some sort of restricting clause, you know, like you need to give 2 months notice before.
There probably is. They probably have a penalty for leaving, but chances are, with everything that's happened and the fact that they declared bankruptcy, they're not enforcing it. Now, the debt collectors can enforce it if they come down on them. That's a possibility, but I don't know if it'll go that far.
Before you do anything, you need to not talk bad about VShojo for, you know, this amount of time or whatever. I highly doubt that every one of them is like violating their contract or something. They probably just luckily are able to get out quite quickly here. Then he talks about how these companies prey on women.
That I have seen a tremendous amount of business manipulation that is leveraged in and against women in different places. I've seen more emotional manipulation, more blatant lies, and basically people taking advantage of.
So VShojo, based on this tweet right here, is this accurate? Because we just looked it up on Google. Kson just quit in front of the Japanese VShojo CEO because he said that the Japan side of VShojo is doing well but still not paying her. Huh. Okay. So it's one of those situations like with Sony. There's a North American side and a Japanese side of it. Just different locations. Okay. Maybe Google didn't reference that.
Blatant lies and basically people taking advantage of, you know, I guess women's on average less confrontational side and using that to that person's disadvantage. I've seen this happen multiple times. I think women are the victims of this in almost every single circumstance. It happens obviously to men as well, but I think that they get away with it more often with women because women, it's seen as being more socially permissive and more socially expected for women to be agreeable.
I don't really agree with this point on that. I think it's because they know they can manipulate them emotionally. That's the situation. That's what I think. I think they take advantage of their mentalities. They get a read on them during a contract negotiation, and then they take advantage of it. Most managers do that. That's why you usually have an attorney or an agent who covers for you.
I think that's what happens. That's life.
What a disgusting misogynist. Imagine caring about women, bro. That's crazy. No, but honestly, a lot of these girls legit are just super trusting and not expecting to be screwed over. Obviously, this happens to guys too as well, but guys seem to be, you know, very confrontational, and they'll make a big hoopla about it, right? So some of these companies actually know this, and they take advantage of women for being, you know, too nice for their own good, and they try to entice them with these sort of false promises, lock them into predatory contracts, which is why, you know, everybody should be having a lawyer. Obviously, as a new creator, you know, trying to rise up the ranks or whatever, you're not going to be able to afford one, nor are you going to have the foresight to get a lawyer for these situations. But you don't really need like a full-time lawyer or something. Just have somebody look over the contract, make sure you're careful who you partner with, and you must know your worth. You know, you can likely make it on your own as well, and you might not even be needing these companies. Sometimes you just sign on with people because, you know, you're too afraid to take the step yourself. But sometimes, you know, it's just better to do it yourself because some of these companies end up being really scummy pieces of shit. Okay, moving on to Shibuya Kaho's statement here. Apparently, V Shoujo staff has been doxing their creators and showing their real photos. So she tweeted, "This person moved from a noted VTuber company to another as a staff last year, bragging about his new income. He thrusted me a few of his business cards to give to my good contacts. I found the action obnoxiously rude, but maybe he was too young and friendly to know better. Then the mother flipper wanted to meet up for tax advice because I'm a native in Japan and I hire an accountant. I was asked to have dinner in his area, which was quite far from me, splitting the bill. That day, I got convinced I didn't like the guy. Yet because I love the talents he worked with, I was only secretly hoping that he would lose his job one day. Recently, I found from another creator that he was showing photos of VTubers' real selves while revealing their personal info like their marital status. I now wanted to find a way to warn other employees. Why would you reveal marital status? This is some creepy shit. Also showing photos of their real selves when they specifically became VTubers to, conceal the identity and remain anonymous is messed up as shit. Today, I've learned the most despicable shit the company has done to their talent. Don't know if he's involved with it, yet all my personal grudge is nothing compared to such betrayal. Sometimes, unfortunately, managers or agencies can be the talent's worst enemies. Please always support the talent first." And this statement is blowing up on Twitter right now. Basically, V Shoujo is being exposed from like all avenues, every single direction, like, charity fraud, not paying back their talent.
Sounds like in general, they didn't even train their recruitment staff on how to properly recruit. Seems like it was just a lot of sucking up to somebody, get them to sign a piece of paper, and then after that, we go dog crap on them.
As well. Now they're doxing people. Jesus Christ. If you knew about this guy, why didn't you speak up earlier? Actually, I just came back from the US where I gathered the info that he was still with the company, and I was actually meeting up with someone who's been working for him. Given it's a story I heard from someone else, I thought it was best to do in person. Right, so in my opinion, if this person is actually doing the things you said, I think they need to be sort of named and shamed so that they can't do it to other people. I mean, am I wrong there? I feel like...
Named and shamed is the game of the internet. A fine example of that is pirate software. Lot of that. People get named and shamed all the time. I don't particularly approve of it. I'm not a big fan of going after people for their political positions, but I am a firm believer that if you start something and you are the reason why it started and you don't own up to it, then yeah, you will end up becoming an internet target. And that's just the sad state of things.
At least if not publicly, like the company should know, although they probably won't do anything. At least the VTuber should know, right? Although everybody is already kind of leaving now, so I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, moving on to a VTuber confronting the Japan CEO and quitting live on stream. Now keep in mind, they probably don't have much control over the English side of V Shoujo, right? And the English talents there. But yeah, apparently this guy's getting crucified now.
First of all, I was already planning to leave V Shoujo this month. Specifically, on the 31st. Because V Shoujo hasn't paid a significant amount of money to me too.
っていうところはあったんですけれども、
So did you just say that V Shoujo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
In finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
This was a pretty wacky stream. This shit goes insano style. Her confronting the CEO of this company, her boss, live on stream, and also the fact that her boss agreed to do it in the first place blows my mind. That is baffling. Like, humiliation rituals aren't this brutal.
I
No,
quit V Shoujo
but
today.
はい。
V Shoujo 辞めます今日。
はい。
はい、31日予定でしたけど、今日辞めます。
what it's like to be multilingual is so impressive. I tried it, but I couldn't catch on.
I quit. This is very wrong, Ro-san.
はい。
Very, very wrong. You're telling me that V Shoujo JP was doing good.
Who is the parent company, though? As far as I understand, the companies are strictly Japanese-based, like Sony, Japanese-based, V Shoujo, Japanese-based, but they have American headquarters, which are run up by American hired board and American hired CEOs. But the CEO of VShojo in America declared bankruptcy. But Japan's VShojo is doing good. Don't they have last say if the American headquarters can declare bankruptcy? Is it like a franchise? Doesn't it work like that?
Looked like, at least,
はい
doing good.
払っていたとしても、ケイさんに払っていたとしても大丈夫だったっていう感じですね。
Telling me you could have paid me?
そういうことです。
Then where is it? Where is it? I want it now. Oh. Did you just die? What?
いや、
Japan branch CEO claims that the Japan branch was doing fine, and they could have paid her, but they didn't. We could have done it, but we decided not to.
These got to be black site companies then. They have to be black site. There's no other explanation for why they're not paying their employees. You can't not pay your employees and get away with it legally. Even in Japan, that's illegal. They can do a lot of stuff under the table, but eventually they get caught. Like, you know how many black site companies open in Japan and close within a single fiscal year? It's crazy. And they do it over and over.
What, Big Whoop? You want to fight about it? So what?
Wait, what? I mean, did he actually even understand what she was saying? Because that just seems like a completely nonsense response to me. Like, yeah, we could have paid you, but nah, I'm not choosing to do that today. I think they were basically saying, like, the English branch was hemorrhaging, like, I guess, revenue or something. So the Japan side couldn't pay until that side was actually fixed. Really dumb argument overall, because they need to get paid regardless, because it's literally their money that you're just holding hostage here. They're clearly running some sort of bank type scheme here, right? Where they're using the funds elsewhere and they're unable to produce them when asked. So this is something what banks do, right? They invest your money or whatever, but they can always produce it if you actually need it. So that way it isn't fucking illegal. For clarification, VShojo's Japan CEO only manages the JP talents and has no control over how the company operates or how the finances are handled for EN. Keisan doing this is essentially getting the highest authority she can get to speak on the matter. His statements boil down to "I don't know" because none of the EN's managerial or financial issues were communicated to the other branch.
Okay, but they're still the head branch though. It's a branch from your company. Regardless if you have managerial staff in place there running it, you have to know the ins and outs of what's going on at your franchises. This is just how it works. I mean, every single location has to report their revenue and profit for each quarterly section. They always do. Grocery companies do this all the time, like Kroger. I mean, Meijer, Walmart, they report quarterly reviews to the parent company, the one that sits at the top, and then they go over it, and it goes back down to district, and then from there it goes to regional. Because you will have you have the standard store manager. Up the chain is the district manager, who's that boss's boss. Then you have the regional manager, who deals with everything that comes down from corporate. And then there's the corporate president. I'm a little confused. Like, they have a parent company with multiple branches, and they have to get daily reports, quarterly reports of profits and revenue. How would they not know what's going on with their American branch? That's sus. Very, very sus.
Everyone else, my lores advised me to stay silent. Keisan calls the Japanese CEO to grill him on stream. Absolute balls of her to question the CEO live on stream. Mad respect. Yeah, they're out of money. Either the business didn't work or someone has been siphoning off the funds and is getting ready to run for it.
Embezzlement. That was the word I was trying to think of. I couldn't think of it before. They embezzled that charity money.
I feel like this scandal is getting huge. I don't know if some insiders from the company are going to be talking about it, but yeah, it's going to be real interesting. Brother, they are fleeing the ship. I know the corporate office is the scene where SpongeBob is setting the office on fire. Always gotta have the SpongeBob memes. Okay, moving on to Legal Mindset's coverage and the legal implications of this whole ordeal, right? First, he talks about how the VTubers are not actually hired as employees, but they're actually hired as independent contractors, and that way these companies can do the most shady shit and not pay them back, right?
Now, one big thing that was brought up during this was that the staff was paid and not the talent. There is a very important reason for that, which we're going to get into, which is all of the talents are designated, and this is for almost all VTubing companies. I have not seen one contract, and I've reviewed all of them, including the VChojo contract, Niji Sanji, HoloLive, Vak.
VG Sanji, that was the group that I was referring to that had the issue a few years ago with other VTubers. They were releasing public information about their actual VTubers on Twitter in full posts with images and documentation in the middle of a court proceeding with another VTuber. Wow. Like the levels to the disgusting crap of doing that. They were trying to pressure her into stopping the suit, and she didn't, despite what they did, because they weren't supposed to release that information until it was publicly available on the record for the suit when they bring in the evidence round after the filings. But they were like, let's just put this on the internet. No one's going to have a problem with this. It's going to be fine. We'll put this on the internet. Everyone going to see who they are, and we're going to try to pressure her to let go of the suit. That's exactly what happened. I forgot who they were. Thank you for reminding me, Legal Mindset.
Sure. All the greatest hits from big to small, Face Connect. I've seen all of them. I haven't seen a single contract that has said these people are employees. We consider them employees. They all try to make them independent contractors. That's very important because when it comes to fighting wages and paying wages, you have to pay employees under labor law, whether it's US law, Japanese law, really all around the world. You've got to pay.
That's what makes it a black site. Black sites. I mean, all these VTubers are quite young, but man, it sucks that they sign these contracts.
Pay out those wages. But when it comes to independent contractors, well, you can shaft them, and then they've got to come and sue you or bring an action against you or a claim against you to try to get those back. It puts a massive burden on them to claim those amounts of money. Now, I have, since the Niji Sanji crisis, been screaming from the top of the hills that this is BS. And I'll put some money in the swear jar for that one. These people are employees. Whether you consider them full-time or part-time employees, they are under the control and authority of these VTubing companies.
Right, so obviously there's no problem hiring people as contractors if you actually pay them. Now, when you're a big company, the situation is very different. It's sort of these classic scummy tactics to save a couple dollars here and there and to make sure that you legally can't fight back, right? Because if you're an independent contractor, the protections are way lesser than if you're actually an employee and you can, sue much more easily. Then this next part, he talks about the whole labor law process and a few other legal liabilities here.
So the process for this would be to gather documentation and witnesses, which they're probably doing right now. Their lawyers, particularly Iron Mouse, is probably gathering a lot of documentation, getting witnesses together, and then you'd report it to the labor commissioner. In this case, probably the labor commissioner of California. And after that, there's a required mediation. Now, this might be what why they're saying wait, why Iron Mouse said
it's like a
video,
180
hey,
days
to get to a certain part of the legal process. It might be because they want to go to that mediation, see if.
Also, keep in mind, when they're filing these suits, they become publicly available after a certain time. Some states don't release it publicly, some do, but it'll be available on a website, so we'll probably get more information then.
They can get a settlement, see if VShojo can make this right. Otherwise, if that fails, there's going to be a civil lawsuit. They can bring a civil lawsuit, in which case we'd all get that information. It'd be public information. We'd be able to talk about it. We'd be able to see everything that's going on. It would be a nightmare for them from VShojo if they aren't already bankrupt, which we'll eventually touch on that topic. Iron Mouse is a whistleblower.
Well, they already declared bankruptcy, so I think that's the case.
We're saying there is something illegal going on here, i.e. taking money that's supposed to go to charity, whether that's embezzlement or whatever else, or a fraudulent transfer, like that can be reported, and there's no way you can retaliate against that. So if they donated money or you donated money, you're out there, you donated money, you might want to just have a chit chat with a lawyer and talk about what you did, how much money you gave, and what's going on with that. And then there's claims, once again, these are different types of civil claims for misrepresentation, breach of contract, fraudulent transfer. Particularly fraudulent transfer is at play here because of the large sum of money, because it's a massive amount of money.
Oh yeah, 500,000. 500,000.
Misrepresentation because they misrepresented that money was going to go to the charity and they didn't give it there. And breach of contract because there's an implicit contract. There's a fiduciary duty there to take that money and give it to the charity, and they broke that.
Right, so lots of legal problems for VShojo here. Now, will they actually be getting sued? That's the question, right? Now, if they don't pay back the charity money or, the talent money, possibly. And I think the bigger problem here is not really getting sued by individual people like Iron Mouse or anything. It's more the investigation by the FTC, because charity fraud, these are things handled by the FTC here, right? And that's a way bigger fish you don't really want to mess with. So my guess is that they are definitely going to pay back the charity money, that's for sure. But regardless, it's not going to do much to improve their reputation. Absolutely nobody is going to be joining VShojo at this point. Everybody knows they're just in the gutter here, and nobody's going to trust them again. And this is the fall of a very large company here.
That duty to deliver that money can violate several federal laws. So it can be wire fraud. Wire fraud is one of the easiest ones to get them for. And certainly if they wanted to go down that route, and it is a case where they received the money via the internet, because wire fraud is not just old school wires and telephones, it's the internet. They got them, boys. They got them on that one. Money laundering, potentially, making false statements about where the money would go, misrepresentations. Also the FTC Act, which involves various regulation of money regarding charities. All of those things they can be hit with, and they could get real jail time on this. This is serious jail time in real prison.
I mean,
true, but the amount of people that are incarcerated right now within the United States, they probably won't see a day of jail time. Probably fines and a criminal record, and then most likely being forced to stay at their homes, or being unable to perform certain activities anymore because of legal issues. I mean, I don't see them serving a day of jail because the incarceration rate is so high in the United States. It's broken. It's a broken system.
Absolutely deserved. Exploiting creators for this long, defrauding charity. I mean, heck yeah, go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect their $200. And it's especially insidious because it's IDF here, right? It's like people who really need this sort of money and really need this sort of help, and they're being denied it because of these people, right? Now Charlie talks about the situation.
That 500,000 would have been a significant donation to that charity, and probably would have helped out thousands of people in need of treatment.
And some updates involving Iron Mouse's fundraising efforts.
They put their grubby paws on it before the talent does, so it's not uncommon in the space for the agreement between talent and agency to have the agency directly handle like their Twitch subs and their Twitch revenue and their Twitch ads, that kind of thing. It's diabolical.
Did somebody say diabolical? Another viewer of the legendary series, of course.
Pegasus is his favorite word.
Watches, I'm kidding, but probably. All right, probably.
Iron Mouse did a Tiltify link in the description, and that's been shared a lot from a lot of people that want to support, because the charity that she was raising money for never saw the money that she earned for them. And since this blew up, the Tiltify link has exploded, and over $600,000 is being donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
Well, I'm happy for them, because that is what should have happened months ago when this was all going down. But hey, they got 119,000 additional. But you know what the best part is? Is if VShojo is forced to have to pay that 500,000, the charity is going to get an additional 500,000 on top of the 619,000. Very nice. Very nice.
Foundation, which I think is very, very nice. I think that is great.
Good humans, baby. We love to see it. That's amazing. You know, power of the internet, power of the people, and they ended up raising even more than the initial 500,000. And hopefully they even get to 1 million, you know, make Iron Mouse's day and a lot of people at the IDF as well. TLDR, stealing is bad. Stealing from chronic disease victims is even worse. Who would have thought, guys? Stealing from charity is actually bad. I hate this and it isn't hyperbole. $1 million company took advantage of a disabled woman by lying to her, stealing from her, and even withholding money from the charity that saved her life. This is fucking vile. Yeah, I mean, that is actually what happened. Now that you
That's why she wanted to help the charity.
Out that way, that is really sinister. Remember when VShojo plastered Iron Mouse all over Tokyo to promote how well they treat their talents? VShojo doesn't. Classic. Every time when you try to appear like you're the good person, it always turns around. Niji Sanji almost caused the towns to end themselves. VShojo stole 500k from charity. That saved the streamer's life.
Niji Sanji. If anybody is curious about them, look up that name and you'll see what went down. It was black site bad.
So here we are on the Tiltify page, and she's raised about 700.
Now it's almost 750,000, and this was 2 days ago. This is like the signatures for the Stop Killing Games initiative.
$50,000. This is amazing. Whether you've been recently diagnosed, there's been people living with PI for years. PI is no cure, but there are life-saving treatments available that can improve the quality of life. And then
yeah, the treatments mainly are different for each thing, but most of them are immunosuppressants. Some can be non-steroid, others can be steroid. Hex had to go through a few before we finally figured out which one would work, because originally he was on I always forget what it's called, but it was a pilled steroid that he took as a pill. But the vet didn't want to keep him on it because the possibility that his immune system could become compromised. So they went with the oral, which was the oral Atopica, which is actually a lot safer than the pill for long-term use, at least according to most research. Atopica is a lot safer than the regular stuff. Now, is Atopica a steroid? I don't think so. It's an immunosuppressant that targets the cells that attack the skin. That was my understanding. I just know that it works. And that's all that matters to me.
we got a bunch of facts here. And yeah, all these people are donating, wanted to pedal for charity, but my bike vanished right after VShojo borrowed it. Classic. To Beautiful Soul, I'm sorry, Mousy, wish I could do more. Just a little support to show I care. And here we got some of the top donors. Shout out to these people, you know, really helping out a good cause here. Right, moving on to Ludwig's response here. Apparently he's getting a little bit of heat. Ludwig got cooked under his tweet here. So Ludwig tweeted, I believe VShojo is a terrorist organization.
That's quite a take, but oh boy, this is bad as when people out in public for protests scream at someone's face and call them a name, like calling them racist when they're not even doing anything or talking. Like, it's just that's the situation.
Tecton responded, Hassan must be the CEO. Classic. Hassan must love VShojo in that case. Ironically speaking, with someone who's friends with Hassan. Okay, everybody's...
Pegasus really couldn't avoid putting Hassan in this video. Like, he couldn't resist. He had to find some way to sneak him into a video that had nothing to do with him, except because of something Ludwig said.
Is bringing up Hassan. Probably shouldn't have used the words terrorist there. Congrats on being thrown a softball. VShojo bad is free for a popular opinion no one will disagree on. You love terrorism, so you must be excited. Oh my god, people are not happy with Ludwig. You were friends with Hassan Piker. Freaking regard. Right, so Asmin responded.
Ludwig tweeted about this. I believe VShojo is a terrorist organization. Why would... why? It's just...
Why do some of these people say some of the things that they do? Like, it's not even applicable in this situation. This is the problem that you get with people that are on a certain section of politics, where they put a name that doesn't apply to something and they say it over and over until eventually everyone on that side thinks that word means that meaning when it's not. Dictionaries exist. Let's use them, peoples.
He's obviously like, I think that people are very annoyed by Ludwig always trying to have the safe, like he's waiting for, He's waiting for everybody to decide on the same thing so he can repeat it back to them for internet points. It just seems kind of fucking fake. And by kind of, I mean completely fucking fake.
It had like 32k likes and 1.2 million views based on that tweet. So, is it all 30k plus trolls that are just liking it because you can't dislike it? I don't know. There's some people that follow that kind of rhetoric.
It's so annoying. Please come out with a hot take every once in a while, Ludwig, okay? You don't have to wait for the entire internet to agree before you tell them what their opinion is, okay? Jesus, how annoying.
Man, Ludwig can't catch a break, I guess. I mean, I'm not really too pressed about this. As long as he's sort of helping the cause, you know, supporting the whole situation, I don't really mind him being cringe. Yes, do I wish he would stop supporting his son? Yes. Okay, but whatever. Well, I'll take what I can get here. Anyways, that's
I'll
about
take
it.
what I
Like
can
this
get
video
here.
or VShojo steals $1 million from your bank account. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's if I'm working with them. Jeez. That is quite the situation to be in. I can only imagine what that's like for Iron Mouse. All right, I'm gonna go and take a quick break. I need to get food and other stuff, so I'll be back shortly.
I'm convinced I didn't like the guy. Yeah, because I love.
I am back. Oh, whoops. I need to flip that first. Close that, adjust that. Let me see here. Okay, now we're back. There we go. Made myself some food, used the restroom. I'm all set now, other than a cat who's going to be meowing at me from behind because he's like, hey, I demand attention while you're in the middle of a live stream. Oh, excuse me.
And rulers. Hills level.
What? Oh, that's because I keep forgetting. Num keys do click stuff. Alright, Vecna and the Multiverse's Balance. I'm curious if these are reiterations of his original lore videos or not. I'm not sure, but time to jump into my D&D lore. And a new video that came out, and this is a decently long one. That's why I packed food. Vecna and the Multiverse's Balance. D&D lore. My favorite lore is D&D.
Good, evil, chaos, and law. Concepts of harmony.
Oh, reload.
And
Let me see. Do we need to get this down just that should do it.
destructive balance. Forces of light and darkness. Keepers of the balance. It is your responsibility to stand against the tide of disharmony. Such is the way of the...
This right here is Sigil. It's considered the planar realm that's connected to every realm and the multiverse itself. Because there's a doorway to every possible reality within it. Controlled by the Lady of Pain. Vecna tried to conquer this once, but he failed. Because he was dealing with more than just a simple reality warper. He was dealing with a literal goddess. Not that anybody worships her. She's kind of outside the scope of AO. But yeah, she is a god in this realm.
The balance. As you know, the planes exist in a precarious state. A seemingly small event could echo across the worlds and tip the balance. Your task is to keep a finger on each end of the scales, ensuring it never sways too violently. Chapter 1. The Lady. It began, as many things do in the Outlands, with a tremor in the weave and the faint scent of inevitability. From a spiral of light, the Tower of emerged, its stone walls creaking against the void, sails of rune-woven glass catching echoes of forgotten plains.
There are even some lore speculating that the Lady of Pain is one of 3 overseer gods that stand alongside Ao. Ao's one of them, the Lady of Pain was another, and there's another one, I can't think of his name. I'm not sure. There were 3 that I remember, but only those 2 I can think of off the top of my head.
Mordenkainen stood at its helm, robed in the cool weight.
Mordenkainen is a wizard, archmage, who got his butt kicked by Strahd because he was too overconfident. He is a constant appearances in multiple D&D lore books, if you go and read. And he's friends with Elminster, and he's a neutral, good, aligned wizard. He doesn't necessarily teeter towards evil, not more towards good. He just believes in doing what is logical to protect the multiverse, or time itself.
Weight of authority earned through the study of things meant to be remembered. The tower drifted, a quiet intrusion into the airspace, just shy of Sigil's brass, latticed walls.
Go on, we'll lay down.
There it hovered, permitted only by one being's will. For Sigil, as all learned folk know, opens for no kings nor god, not without her permission. And today, she had granted it. The Lady of Pain, the hinge of the cage, the razor-thought sovereign of the City of Doors. The lady had once given Mordenkainen a gift, a talisman wrought of paradoxes and her silence, one that allowed his portals to function where none ought to. During their last encounter, they spoke of the Raven Queen, the game she plays during death, but that tale coils in another scroll. Now,
If you're familiar with critical lore, don't get the Raven Queen and the Queen of Ravens confused. They're two different entities and two different concepts. The Raven Queen in D&D, specifically her lore, is she's the ruler of the Shadow Realm. At least that's the presiding thing. No one really knows what she does. She's just always been present within that lore.
now, he stood again before her. The throne of blades was not a seat in the mortal sense, a throne of stillness that echoed with each aspect of Sigil's perfection, and from it her image flickered like a memory inside a dream, serene, distant, terrifying, and silent. Vecna has failed, she spoke, or so the illusions made one believe, but the scars remain. Indeed, the whisper of the Lich's treachery still haunted the stones of Sigil. In his lust to grasp divinity, Vecna had breached that which none had dared. He had reached for the City of Doors, seeking dominion over all that ever was, is, or might be. It was adventurers, meddling and mythbound, who cast him down. But closure is not so simple in the plains. Balance had been disturbed, in the Great Ring and in the Outlands. Thus came Mordenkainen's charge. "You are known," she said.
Okay, so Vecna attempted to invade Sigil. His goal was to take control of it in order to become a god over the multiverse. I find it strange that he managed to get in there, because the Lady of Pain has absolute authority over everything in Sigil. Vecna must have had some crazy planning to get away with it.
Said, "For obsessions, for order, for knowledge kept beyond a facet of balance, restore what should not have trembled. The gates, the 16 gate towns that ring the edge of the Outlands like beads on a planar rosary, each tethered to an outer plane, a will of divine alignments, each now vulnerable from the Lich's past incursion, for the gates were realigning, drawn too far toward the nature of their respective planes. Should they tip too far, the Outlands would lose them, consumed by the realms they mirrored. Then came the vision, a projection, hovering mid-air, its glyphs dancing with the colors of the alignments, pure law, unshackled chaos, the stillness of good, the endless burning of evil. He saw a wizard, himself perhaps, press his palm against each gate's gem, each a jewel wrought in the color of the plane it mirrored. Celestia's soft gold, Mechanis's steel grey,
Celestia?
the glistening
Mount
black
Celestia?
of Gehenna, and he saw time coil around him like a noose. To touch a gate was to embody its plane, to align one's thoughts with its essence, and he knew, if he failed, he would age. Fast, irrevocably, over and again, until even his arcane shell withered to dust. It was the nature of the magic. It would require a wizard of balance, of a mind that focused on cosmic alignment, that could embody the thoughts and beliefs from each aspect of creation. The lady said no more. She needn't. With a flick of her unseen will, the chamber trembled, and a tear opened in the fabric of space. Through it, Mordenkainen glimpsed a map made of light and intentions. Floating above it stood a Githzerai, lean and weathered, with the calm poise of a mind that had conquered the perils of limbo. As he stepped through the portal, the lady's illusion flared once more, her silhouette haloed by silent blades.
You talked to
her
the God
thoughts
King?
now encompassing his mind. Balance must be made beautiful again. You, wizard, are my planeswalker. Chapter 2. The Githzerai and the Living Castle. Through the lady's portal, the firmament peeled back like parchment soaked in starlight, and Mordenkainen stepped into a calming presence. The clamour of Sigil fell away behind him. Before him rose Iedkaru, the walking castle, a citadel of shifting spires and living stone, whose geometry folded in ways that made mathematicians weep with joy or collapse in fits of paranoia. The great legs of the castle stood poised above a hill of glassy earth, unmoving for now, as though awaiting his presence. And at its heart, beneath a sky painted in glacial...
I had no idea that Mordenkainen served the Lady of Pain. Is he her chosen? Or she said planeswalker. But that's similar to Magic the Gathering. They have planeswalkers, maybe?
Glacial stillness stood the one called Zathir. Not from arrogance, but from the serene confidence of one who had measured countless planar philosophies. Zathir, she said simply, I am the keeper of Yedkaru, and welcome to my home. Mordenkainen inclined his head in return. He knew her reputation. Githzerai. Yes, but one of the old kind, who walked between the thought planes and knew the temperaments of fate. That she stood here, already aware of his mission, was no surprise. That was simply how the planes worked, when the right minds were attuned. She gestured to the air, and a constellation of thought forms bloomed, a floating map of the Outlands, composed of tiny rotating motes, each a gate town flickering with its own light. They orbited a hollow center.
So if Githzerai is working with the Lady of Pain to monitor Sigil. I mean, it does make sense. Githzerai specialize in mind. So, psychic abilities. And their minds are able to control limbo if they're powerful enough and create literal structures made of adamantite due to their mental power. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Sig-Il, the city of doors. The gates endure, she said, her voice like smooth stone upon water. But they fray at the edges. You have come to rebind them, and for that I am in your debt. He nodded. To restore balance, as the Lady of Pain decreed. Zathir moved not, but the castle stirred faintly behind her, a low grinding sound like slumbering tectonics. Balance, she murmured, as if tasting the word. It is the most fragile of illusions, the most vital of truths, and the most necessary. They spoke of the multiverse, of the quiet law that underpins chaos, of the way the Outlands mimic every plane yet belongs to none. She explained how the cosmic realignment threatened not just settlements, but philosophies. That which becomes too much of a thing, too lawful, too hedonistic, too despairing, risks becoming swallowed by the plane it reflects. Each gate was anchored by a gem, crafted long ago by planar engineers, their colors echoing their native realm. These crystals were embedded in each gate town's portal, dormant but reactive. If Mordenkainen could align his mind with each plane's essence and place his hand upon the gem, he could stabilize it. You saw what your failure brings, she said. The years drawn from your thread, from your very life force. Zathir turned to the floating display of motes and pointed to a pulsing red ember on its western edge. The glow throbbed like an open wound. Ribcage, she said. The gate to the 9 hells. We are now floating just above. It's simply a walk away. I must warn you,
clearly survived.
it is a place of suspicion and submission.
Because he's still alive
Perhaps
and active
begin
in that
there.
council
Mordenkainen
of his
raised
running
an
things.
eyebrow. A plane of tyranny and fire, of gentle welcomes hidden behind a contract. I best be on my guard. Better a harsh truth, she replied, than a soft illusion. She stepped aside, allowing the path to Yidkaru's inner sanctum to form. Archers rearranged themselves at her mental command, revealing a room of sigils, compasses, and scrolls that bent light as they hovered. The Castellan, the soul of the castle, a construct of will and magic, ancient beyond reckoning, thrummed within, pulsing with awareness. Zythir placed her palm upon it. Idkaru will carry you where you need to go. I will remain at the edges of...
So Mordenkainen is there to help them restore balance after Vecna's initial assault. Interesting. They summoned a wizard like him to do that. I mean, of all the wizards to summon, he probably makes the most sense because he's a very neutral character. He believes in balance, very structured balance, but it's nuanced. It's hard to determine what needs to be maintained, if that needs to be maintained, but that's what he does. At one point, he was so extremely neutral that he only believed in the greater good. And the greater good, not necessarily meaning lawful good, just literally good. Like, he would make a choice and believe it was best and stick absolute to it. But he changed after his whole situation with Strahd.
Each town. When you finish your communion, return to the castle. But once you cross each threshold, you may have to go alone. The moats spun again. 16 flickering lights, 16 trials, 16 planes. And so it began. The wizard and the castle, the gates and the gems, the outlands and its delicate, ever-swaying balance. Chapter 3. Ribcage and the Infernal Flame. The Ayadkaru groaned and stirred to life. Beneath Mordenkainen's feet, ancient glyphwork throbbed with planar intent. The walking castle shifted, vast legs descending, mechanisms humming in elegant silence, and the first destination, Ribcage. It did not announce itself with pageantry. No trumpets, just jagged peaks folding in like the ribs of a long-dead titan. The veil of the spine groaning beneath the weight of old sins and even older contracts. The land here burned with flames, cracked like dried blood beneath the boots of the desperate. Above it all loomed stone spires. The arched bones of the valley itself bent inward like the fingers of a clenched fist. Ribcage, he thought. Even the name seemed to rattle through the air. From afar, the gate town resembled a clenched jaw of black iron. Walls, countless infernal sigils, each one forged with an artistry only the 9 hells could breed. 2 monstrous doors marked the entrance, shaped like bat wings, stretched in agony, and sealed by spells designed not to repel evil, but to grade it, to form it in an infernal hierarchy. Mordenkainen then descended alone. He passed through checkpoints governed by devils in polished armor and tiefling senators in robes that stank of incense and litigation. The air tasted like coal and copper, similar to a contract signed in blood and reheated in devilish fire.
The fact that the Lady of Pain had him go to repair these damaged gems by entering each of these gateways seems a little strange. Like, shouldn't she have the power to repair them? I mean, they did say planar engineers were the ones who built them from long ago. I'd have to look more into sigils, as people keep calling it, but I call it sigil. Sigil's whole history, because apparently it has a lot more to it than just that.
His path now led straight to the Citadel of Cinders, a bleak monolith where politics, pain, and souls were traded in equal measure. At the heart of the Citadel was the gate, a pillar of flame, impossibly tall and unceasingly loud, rising from a mosaic of silver ash. Each fleck of ash, they said, was the remains of a fool who had dared to lie to an archdevil. The air shimmered with power and punishments yet to be delivered. The gate, more often than not, led to Avernus, the first layer of the 9 hells.
It's always the first layer. It's always Avernus. That's like a primary D&D campaign setting. There's 9 levels, and Avernus is always at the top of most campaigns when you go in there. I'm still curious if Critical Role, when they did the 9 hells, they just called it the hells with Asmodeus, if it was Avernus.
A blasted plane scarred by the Blood War. But Mordenkainen knew the truth. With the right rights, it could be bent, twisted to open onto Cania's glacial prisons or Minaros' swamps of rot. Although only Asmodeus could open the final link, the path to Nessus, the deepest hell. But it was not the flame that met Mordenkainen first. It was Duchess Zelza Zerbkane. She emerged from the shadows, her threats embodied in laws, clad in a pinstriped suit tailored from soul-threaded silk. Horns hidden beneath glamours, wings folded into the shape of a high-collared coat. Her heels clicked on the tiles, each step pressed down by the weight of unicorn horns affixed beneath them. Her briefcase, a living mimic, drooled subtly at her side. Mordenkainen, she said, with curiosity, the Lady of Pain's watchdog graces our town. He said nothing at first. He let the silence hang like an unsigned contract. I'm here for the gate, he eventually replied. Not for your games. She smiled. No fangs showed, but the hunger behind it gleamed. Everyone plays games here, even if they think they don't.
Yeah. As Karlach stated in Baldur's Gate 3, the Hells, you have no friends. You only have everyone and looking over your shoulder every single day.
They walked together, flanked by spineless scribes and horned guards, to the base of the pillar. The gem waited at the flame's edge, suspended in heat, red as coals behind closed eyes. It pulsed with infernal alignment. Mordenkainen could feel it. Rage, law, ambition, chains that bound and burned. He took a breath. To align with this plane, he could not resist it. He had to understand its allure, the order born from fear, the loyalty bought with pain, the promise of rewards for absolute...
Mordenkainen is still just a mortal wizard, though. Archmage he may be, but trying to control the power of the Nine Hells? I don't know. I think he's pushing his luck with that one. Let's see how they make the story go.
Obedience. He did not have to love hell. He only had to comprehend it, to see its necessity as an opposition to the endless hordes of the abyss. As he touched the gem in an attempt to realign the planar balance, the fire surged. His first thought was that the gem may be intending to consume him. But as he took a moment, he understood. It was but a test. Images flooded his mind. The betrayal of devils, the lies spoken with precision, the tyranny of law twisted into cages. His skin blistered with every truth he swallowed. He saw contracts that cursed generations. He saw cities bartered like cattle. He saw what hell considered mercy, structure, predictability.
Okay, so here is a question that I have about the Nine Hells. One module that they made was the Advent of Avernus with Zariel. And apparently the mayor of that city of Eterol, I can't pronounce it, signed away all the souls in that city. The mayor. I thought each person's soul was their own. How is it possible for one man to sign away the entire city's soul with everyone's souls as a bargaining chip? Do they have some kind of... I mean, the nuances I just don't understand with the Nine Hells and the contracts, because they make no sense in the grand scheme, because I thought it was soul to soul for each person. Like, I can't go and make a contract with the devil and say I want to give them the soul of this random person that I've never met or known in my entire life. That doesn't work. So how's the mayor able to give all of Eterel and all the souls of the people in that city to Zariel to drag into the Nine Hells? I found that very strange. And it's the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3, when the Bane's Chosen, I always forget his name, but with Bane's Chosen, he signed away Karlach's soul to Zariel. How do you do that? You don't own their soul. Only they can sign away their own soul. That was always the rule in 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, and 3E. I paid no attention to 4E. So why is it so different with 5E? Huh. That's something I would like a little more explanation on.
Peace through the dominion of others. And then he understood. He linked his mind through telepathy to the gem. Seeing Asmodeus sat, seeing what he had given up, how he commanded his legions of devils to quell the tides of the abyss, the only being with the will to act immediately, a lesser evil. The flame quieted, the gem cooled. A rune etched itself into his mind, a symbol of Ribcage's balance momentarily restored. The town, though still seething with secrets, would not tip into Avernus. Not yet. Duchess Zerbkane watched him with veiled irritation. "You would make a poor devil," she said, her voice as smooth as ice. "But an excellent witness." Mordenkainen turned without reply. He walked past devils, past paupers vying for power, past senators drawing blood in ink. He returned to the gates where Zythia waited just beyond the border, eyes unreadable. "It is done," he said. She nodded. Eidkaru opened once more, its arcane heart thudding like a distant drumbeat. Chapter 4. Torch and the Pyres of Greed. The outlands shifted again beneath Eidkaru's ancient stride. The castle waded through poisoned wetlands and jagged hills, its limbs rising through mists of rust-red fog. When it came to a halt, even the soil seemed reluctant to announce the next name. Torch. 3 volcanic spires speared the horizon, their peaks clawing at a sky perpetually veined with soot and blood-orange light. Rivers of pyrophoric gas stitched the cliffs with fire. Somewhere deep below, the ground belched with a molten cough. The locals called it a warning. Everyone else called it by what it truly was: suicide. Here, no bells marked the hour, only eruptions from the 3. Mordenkainen stepped onto the blackened slopes of the middle spire. Magel,
That is one of the
a column
roads.
of brittle rock veined with molten scars. Torch was less a city and more a collective affliction. Its people crept like cinders in the wind, faces half-shrouded, eyes sharp with hunger. The spires themselves were stratified in class and cruelty. The lowland swamps were ruled.
Gehenna's one of the few realms I'm not fully familiar with in the D&D planescapes, so I have little to no knowledge about Gehenna. Don't know what it's about, don't know what's there, literally nothing.
Ruled by pickpockets and muscle thugs who bled locals for protection. The middle heights held the guildmasters, the fences, the smugglers, the peaks. Well, those were for the family. No one named the family, not directly, not without checking over one's shoulder 3 times and cutting a coin in half as a ward. Their rule was silent, absolute, and enforced by countless rumors. Torch was a town where knowledge could kill and gossip could promote your station. Mordenkainen moved like an outsider, which made him instantly suspicious, yet none dared approach him. His staff shimmered faintly, and his shadow flickered with warnings. Still, curious eyes followed him, and whispers rippled behind him like oil across water. As he ascended, each step up Magel brought more heat, more sulfur, and fewer people, until finally, the spire's crown opened to a jagged ledge, scorched by invisible fire. There, floating 100 feet above the edge, pulsed the gate to Gehenna. A red orb, the color of fresh wounds and old regrets, hung in the air like a baleful star.
Here's another thing. If each of these gates has a gem connected to each plane, and those gems are two-way, one in sigil and another in that plane. How is it that they pulse with power, but no one's ever tried to steal the gems? Is the Lady of Pain so scary that they don't think anybody would try? Because Vecna, he tried to take all of sigil. He failed, barely though. He was almost successful, like really close. But I'm just curious why no one's attempted to take power from the gates as gems, since they radiate with power. That's a tempting target for power-hungry demons and power-hungry mortals.
It seethed with a planar fury. Beneath it, blackened earth, a caustic wind, and a single gilded bowl resting atop a pedestal of fused bone and glass. The shrine. A rumbling snore cracked the quiet like thunder behind a veil. Mordenkainen turned and saw the shift of titanic coils beneath the stone, a brief flash of crimson scale and a sigh of smoke. Old Goldbelly, once a tyrant of legend, now little more than a miser with wings and a temper. The red dragon slumbered beneath the crust, dreaming of tributes and further revenges not yet taken. Despite this, the dragon was still deadly, and oh so vain. Mordenkainen approached the bowl. From his robes, he drew a coin of ancient mint, etched beyond its initial worth. It held a secret, folded in silver, and as he placed it into the bowl, the mountain rumbled, Goldbelly stirred. One slitted eye, the size of a shield and twice as cruel,
a dragon is in
blinked
Gehenna.
open beneath the lava. A scholar's offering, came the voice, rough as brimstone. What do you seek, wizard? My passage through to the gate. I will not linger long, ancient one. The lady has asked for my passage. I only seek to know, will I survive this trial? And what advice do you offer, all-knowing one? Few survive, Goldbelly muttered, and fewer return. Laughing in his ancient draconic tongue.
Just to be clear, if you're talking to a dragon from D&D, especially a chromatic, which is on the evil alignment side, it's best to speak to them in a way that feeds their arrogance. And that's what Mordenkainen did here. He spoke to the dragon in a way that would get him passage, but at the exact same time, speak to the dragon's might by calling him the all-knowing one.
Tongue. The dragon's claw, thick as a tree trunk, emerged from the flame and pointed toward the edge of the cliff. A wind gathered beneath Mordenkainen's feet. A platform of superheated air rose, shaped by ancient magic and dragon-laced pacts. Now leap, child of law and balance. Let the fires judge your soul. The air buckled. Mordenkainen stepped forward and let himself fall. He fell for what felt like hours. Then, just as his mind was moving towards madness, the gate then greeted him. Hovering in the open air, the gem embedded in the portal pulsed with the malevolent neutrality of...
Okay, so, like in Avernus, there's a Archduchess, which is just a step below an Archdevil, protecting that gate on that side, which means this dragon acts as a guardian for this gate. So they're not unguarded like I thought.
Of Gehenna, a plane of sloped cruelty, where all things slide toward ruin and suffering is not personal. It's just a simple policy. He reached out and aligned with the plane, his mind focused to accept inevitability, to understand that nothing climbs without a cost, that all footholds crumble, that those who thrive are those who trample others to maintain positions. The Arcanoloths twist their schemes, and that is just part of the ladder. The gem burned with volcanic intent. It tilted. He willed himself to feel that truth, not to condone it, but to understand it. Not evil for evil's sake, but ambition that cared nothing for the debris it left behind. He steadied it. His mind pressed against the gem like a climber against a cliff face, fingers bleeding, eyes wild, and finally, it stilled. The gate shimmered. The alignment had been touched. The balance was then acknowledged. He fell again, but this time, he was caught. Goldbelly's laugh echoed like an avalanche. Still breathing. Pity. I was going to enjoy your demise. Back on solid ground, Mordenkainen dusted ash from his robes and began his descent. The people of Torch watched him go, silent and calculating. Zythir awaited in the haze beyond the spire, unreadable as ever. The gate? She asked. He nodded once. Still open, he said, realigned for the lady, although I did run into a red dragon. I would be lying if I said I enjoy their company. Chapter 5, Regus and the Lion's Gate. It was still dark when Ayedkaru came to a halt. The stars overhead burned like the dying eyes of forgotten soldiers.
Archaon.
Beneath them stretched Regus, a town carved in tears and iron. Fortresses and its philosophies forged into one.
Sounds like the Pokemon.
8 great walls ringed a hill that had never been green.
I choose
Each
you.
layer bristled with siege engines, watchtowers, and bannered pikes. From a distance, it resembled the unsleeping eye of some militant god. Up close, it was far worse. Mordenkainen stepped into a world where breath came in cadence, and time was measured in footfalls and field drills. Here, the sky itself seemed to snap to attention. Brass horns shrieked the dawn. Tents rustled open like wounds beneath the morning sun. Soldiers, clad in crimson and chainmail, shook the sleep from their bones, shouting numbers, barking oaths, moving in perfect formations across the muddy parade yards. The scent of sweat, steel, and boiled rations filled the air like an incense to war gods. Every being in Regus had a rank, even the goblins, and even the rats. Mordenkainen was given a badge, chalk white, unmarked, a slate, not trusted.
This reminds me of Pathfinders and their take on the Hell Riders. They were considered a neutral evil group and lawful evil group that, well, technically they were working for the 9 Hells and they obeyed archdevils, but they served their own needs. This version of D&D is different from Pathfinder's version, but it's interesting to me that Archaon, this particular plane in D&D, has a similar hierarchy setup with ranking.
Nor respected. Barely seen, he was no better than the common foot soldier. Regiment 231, said a weary hobgoblin sergeant with 3 scars and little to no patience. Mops on the rack, latrines in the second ring. If you live, that is, then maybe you will be promoted to clean my shoes. The wizard made no protest. He walked the streets as a ghost among soldiers. Orders were barked.
I mean, you could just go with
thundered upon a
invisibility and
canvas
just
of
keep
war.
on walking.
And above it all, painted across banners and carved into stone, a name repeated again and again: Brag. A hobgoblin warlord of legendary repute. His silver armor bore no scratches, yet his eyes bore every wound he'd ever witnessed. His words moved the countless divisions in front of him. A servant of the Red Knight, god of strategy and order, Brag was a hobgoblin who abhorred waste, of life, of thought, and of time. Mordenkainen met him in a war tent that was more of a library than a command post. Maps were layered in illusions, tokens pulsed with planar magic. A chessboard was etched with cities instead of squares. Another slate, Brag muttered. Come to study us, you pathetic worm, or to stop us. To maintain the balance of this formation, this endless war, and of the gate, Mordenkainen answered. Your city leans toward Acheron. You know it. The general's brow twitched. War is a balance. Even my pathetic goblin kin know this. We control the chaos. This battlefield you see in front of you, wizard, is something we control. Don't test me, you wretch. Mordenkainen's patience was waning. I am here to repair the gate, so that your legions continue to fight, and your connection to the infernal battlefield remains open. Let me pass.
Oh, are they
wizard
fighting
said.
the Blood War?
Otherwise the Outlands will lose you, and your endless battles will cease. They said nothing for a long while. Then Brag gestured, once, sharply. 2 guards escorted Mordenkainen down the hill, through a door of iron, down a staircase of 1,000 steps, past barracks, smithies, and echoing chants, down into the Crown's basement, where the deepest ring pulsed with grim anticipation. There stood the Lion's Gate, a structure of bone and purpose, an arch that resembled a lion's maw frozen mid-roar. Within it churned a gaseous curtain, striped with a black, roaring band, the Eye of Acheron, a realm of cubes that crashed through the void, where war never ceased and soldiers were born only to die in ranks.
Sounds like Valhalla, where they just fight all the time and constantly get resurrected. That's an interesting plane. I wonder if it's been in any of the D&D 5e modules at all.
The gate smelled of ash and blood, with the gem hovering just beyond the veil, suspended like a prize too costly to win. To align with Acheron was not to crave death. It was to accept orders, to obey without questions, to kill with brutal efficiency, and to embrace battle not for glory, but because it was assigned. Mordenkainen closed his eyes. He remembered the cries of battlefields, the cold calculus of his spells and casualties. He let himself feel the weight of Brag's burden, to lead men he pitied, into wars he hated, but also adored, and to understand the infinite battlefield had no end. He pressed his hand to the gem, the curtain screamed. Regus itself held its breath. Then, silence. The roar dimmed. The eye faded to a simmer. The gate had been balanced. When he emerged, Brag nodded, once, and for Mordenkainen. That was enough. Back at the edge of the town, Zathir stood with Ayed Karu, the castle's limbs already flexing. "The Lion's Gate?" she asked. "It sleeps," he said. And as Mordenkainen pondered the teachings of Archeon, he understood. Peace was restored to a distant memory. They stand continually on the brink of total war. But even though they may be afraid, their lives taught them one thing. It is that war. War never changes. Chapter 6. Automata and the Turning of the Gear. The path to Automata was marked by precision. Iadkaru strode through terrain that reshaped itself to grids and rulers. Hills leveled, winds quieted, trees aligned with one another, as if by some unseen
Mechanicus.
surveyor's decree. By the time the castle arrived at the city's border, the outlands had been folded into angles, each bent a statement of intention, each line a correction of the world's natural curve. And there she stood. Automata, the clockwork gate town of Mecanus, where every bolt gleamed and every corner obeyed its geometric corrections. From above, it resembled a perfectly squared labyrinth, interlocking structures spaced with metronomic symmetry. Streets were labeled with alpha numeric codes, punctuated with decimals and fractals, like the index of some living library.
The interesting thing is,
Mordenkainen, long used
the god of this realm, Mechanicus, he is quite literally every single one of those little robots. Because in the event a Mechanicus is slain or destroyed, another one of those little robots will take his place and become the next Mechanicus. It's an endless cycle. So this is definitely different. This realm, all about logic, precise machinery, and still somehow functioning in a chaotic zone.
Used to planar eccentricities, found himself briefly bewildered by the very order of it all. The Madrons, of course, were unbothered. They marched in tidy chains, blinking and chirping in modulated bursts of logic. Their bodies ticked with miniature gears and shifting faceplates, and their round glass eyes observed all with the calm of perfect certainty. It was their city more than anyone else's, and they moved through it like clock hands across destiny's dial. At the Council of Orders Hall, 3 figures awaited. Aristomus, the Githzerai captain of the guard, stood, his voice clipped and tone measured. Juliet 314, a high-ranking Octan Modron, spun gently mid-air.
Modrons, that's what they're called. The thing that will replace Mechanicus in case he's slain or something happens to him. A Modron will do that. There's also these weird instances where Modrons go in a giant horde and they just pilot around the plains. I'm not sure why they do that. There was some lore on it, but I forget.
Chirping politely while presenting graphs on crime fluctuations in decimal adjusted intervals. And Seraphiel, the tiefling priest, greeted Mordenkainen with hands clasped and a gaze that judged the soul as much as the paperwork. Purpose of visit? Juliet 314 asked brightly. Gate recalibration, Mordenkainen replied, familiar with Mechanicus' method of communication. As per instructions from the Lady of Pain, there was a synchronized nod. Scrolls fluttered into being. Stamps appeared mid-air and pushed down like documents filed away. Permits were approved before his reply had finished. Bureaucracy, it seemed, could move faster than light when motivated, but not...
Well, as long as Mechanicus is present, it'll always function. That's his purpose, is to keep it running.
All was in harmony. Beneath the glinting order, the inverse whispered. A hollow realm under automata, home to the discontent and the disqualified. There, rogue Modrons deviated from protocol with creative malice, and the Council of Anarchy, 3 Decaton Modrons warped by entropy, held mock trials over impossible crimes. Law, after all, can be twisted as much as broken. Mordenkainen declined the invitation to descend. Instead, he was led to Modron Way, a wide, immaculate avenue paved with mirrored metals. It culminated at a grand plaza.
Also, in Mechanicus, there is a super overpowered Modron of type. It's considered a guardian, so to speak, but they're extremely tough. In D&D, you can choose to have a contract signed with this creature present, not the one in this picture that you're seeing in the video right now, so the one I'm referring to. And it will help maintain that deal between the two parties that sign a contract. And if one party's in violation of the contract, it descends down and smites them. Straight up just smites them.
Where the gate to Mechanicus turned. A toothed gear, rising vertically like a monolithic coin, spun in place with ponderous grace. Its rotation was slow, deliberate, and eternal. Each click was a truth asserted. Every notch a memory of order imposed upon the chaos of reality.
Oh, excuse me.
To use the gate, a clearance was required. Naturally. A cubic Modron scanned Mordenkainen's permit, whirled twice, and stepped aside with mechanical precision. The gem hovered at the gate's core, silver grey, gleaming with inner light. A fragment of Mechanicus' perfect engine, humming in tune with the prime cog, the central axis of the outer planes. Mordenkainen stepped forward. To align with Mechanicus was to surrender individuality, to become part of a grand pattern, to find peace in predictability. The thoughts of the prime cog pressed into him, cold and pristine. The idea that every action has a place, that every variable can be accounted for, that even randomness must be scheduled. He exhaled. For this was the antithesis of his nature, the antithesis of wizardry itself. But he did not fight it. He observed it, studied its rhythm, listening for the spaces between the ticks. And in that stillness, he found the gem. And as it vibrated, light shimmered across the gear. Time slowed. Even the Modrons hesitated, blinking in recursive loops. Then, balance. The gear's teeth glowed briefly. The gate acknowledged him. The order of Mechanicus extended its silent thanks, in the absence of errors. As Mordenkainen stepped back, a faint tremor pulsed through the city. Another great march will come, Seraphil mused. They always...
Yes, the March of the Modrons. That's what I was referring to. Where they get in a big old horde and they march across the cosmos. I'm not sure why they do that. I think they just go around destroying things? I'm not sure.
do. Then let us hope it marches on schedule, Mordenkainen replied. Chapter 7. Bedlam and the Whispering Chain. Where law had ticked and gears had hummed, now came
Pandemonium. That's
a place whose only consistency was the roar. Ayadkaru shuddered as it approached the
Pandemonium
crater's
is a
edge,
place for
its
crazies.
ancient hull groaning against the gale, a yawning wound in the outland's skin. The basin of Bedlam spiraled downward like a god's forgotten breath, and at its core stood a tower like a wound upon the outlands. Sablereach, a spire of obsidian carved into the shape of an outstretched hand, as if some long-dead deity had reached skyward before being swallowed by chaos. Winds howled from the blast gates at its base, 6 arched vents that shrieked day and night, turning conversations into grunts and gestures, and friendships into flung chairs and maddening curses. Mordenkainen descended on foot, leaning into the wind, his cloak billowing like a banner of defiance. The locals were hunched, grim-faced souls who regarded him with contempt, dulled by exhaustion. Each alley he passed seemed barely held together by rusted nails and desperate curses. The air stank of mildew, wet stone, and unspoken crimes. A bedraggled man spat near his boots, missed thanks to the gust, and offered a charming, "You dress like a tax collector's pet." Mordenkainen didn't bother responding. That was considered a compliment here. The whispers came next. Faint, cruel things, thoughts not his own. Strike the insult from his mouth. Break the door, take the bread. None will miss them, not in Bedlam. The winds of pandemonium slipped between thoughts into doubts, stoking fears and wants until even the most resolute lost their grip. The buildings screamed as the gusts pried at them. Roofs shuddered, doors rattled, souls frayed, and there, rising in the dark, Sablereach awaited. At its base, iron blast gates spat freezing wind with such force that even Mordenkainen struggled to remain upright. He wrapped an arcane ward around himself, a dome of silence to block the worst of the howling, and pressed forward, passing through each gate with effort and his taut resolve. The wind clawed at him, promising nothing but pains. Pains of his past and of his future, of depression and anxieties in equal measure.
He's already experienced that with Strahd. The crap that Mordenkainen went through after his fight with Strahd, he literally lost his memory, lost his book of spells, became a vagrant, and went completely cuckoo.
Eventually, he reached the gate chamber, a pressurized diamond vault lined with hand rings that rattled like old bones. The walls dripped with ice-laced condensation, and from above, the portal churned, a howling hole in the ceiling. The eye of pandemonium itself, bound by a chain of muddy ice, tethered like a leash that trembled with every breath of the wind. And there, upon a ledge high above, stood Cirrus the Silent. A towering figure, a cloud giant, white-skinned and faceless,
Cloud giant
her
and
features
pandemonium?
obscured by
Okay.
vapors, and her presence thick with reverence and fear. The wind shifted, and as her
Was there a
voice came
strength
to him in
boost
a
like
whisper,
23?
it formed a scream within his mind as it landed.
Hill Giant's 21.
You have come to hear the madness, wizard, and to still
23
it,
for Cloud.
to reduce the pressure. Mordenkainen bowed his head slightly.
25.
To balance it,
Fire
if it
Giant
can
is
be balanced,
27.
the wind
His
hissed through
Storm
the
is
chamber like a
29.
sneer. It never stops. It shouldn't stop. But it must not spread. The gem lay in the center of the floor, half buried in ice, shivering with an unnatural cold. Unlike the others, this one pulsed erratically, as though resisting its own nature. To align with pandemonium was to surrender to chaos. Not joyfully, but inevitably. To let go of plans, of identity, of safety.
Something
It was to
Mordenkainen
whisper to
is
yourself
quite
in the
familiar
dark
with.
and answer back with a stranger's voice, to integrate the fears, the worries, and to let them consume you. And in that consumption, a method of peace would be obtained. Mordenkainen stepped forward. He knelt, placed his palm upon the gem, and then the wind entered him. Memories scattered, words unraveled. His name echoed in 1,000 different languages, each one wrong. The laughter of his enemies, the guilt of his greatest failure, the scent of his first fireball.
Mordenkainen's greatest failure. There's two possibilities for this. One was the first council he established of different versions of lawful and chaotic beings that he used they were meant to get themselves involved in events that would shape the cosmos and try to prevent it or fix it or make it happen. And in one such event, there was a betrayer in the ranks, and most of the council was killed, along with Mordenkainen's best friend and a few others. And he swore never to let that happen again. His second failure would have been with Strahd when he failed. Now, he was a much younger wizard then, and believed himself capable of dealing with it, but he underestimated Strahd and where his strength actually came from. He just thought it was just Strahd as the vampire, but turns out it was a whole castle that cursed him, and Mordenkainen overlooked that, and the whole rebellion that he established fell apart. So, those are two failures I'm aware of his. So whatever his greatest failure is one of those two, I would assume.
His own voice telling him, it doesn't matter. Let it go. Let all of it go. But he did not. He held. For he knew one thing that many denizens of that plane didn't. It wasn't in accepting or pushing away the pain. It was about the neutrality of the thought, the moving of the idea to a neutral state, so that in its true form, it was neither painful or forgotten, simply understood for what it was. A series of actions within the endless choices of life. He remembered his task, the gates, the outlands, the balance. The gem, at last, stilled. The winds did not die, but they lessened just slightly. Cirrus drifted down beside him, tall and wordless. You have anchored nothing, but you have reminded it of stillness. He nodded once. Then I have done enough. I have done what the lady asked. As he returned to the upper rim, the wind chased him. Whispers followed, hungry and unfulfilled. Zathir stood waiting, her robes flapping like sails. You look rumpled, she said dryly. It tried to take my name. Did it succeed? Ask me tomorrow. She raised a brow. Idkaru opened, its lights low and welcoming. Mordenkainen stepped inside. The last gust of Bedlam's breath, tugging at his cloak before vanishing into the dark.
Bellowing.
Chapter 8. Fortitude and the Tyranny of Perfection. The landscape softened as Yedkaru approached its next destination.
I don't know this road.
Gone were the chaos-racked craters and soot-choked cities. Here, every stone sat in obedient symmetry. Every tree stood straight-backed, as if afraid to slouch. And the grass in Fortitude glittered with dew so precise it could have been etched. Even the wind felt organized. The castle paused just outside the polished gates. Mordenkainen then descended alone, robes pressed, hair charmed into submission. Anything less, he suspected, would have been noticed. Fortitude, the gate town of Arcadia, realm of law, married to goodness, or at least the appearance thereof. The entire town was a shrine to conformity,
a place
where symmetries were not just admired, but enforced. Every street curved with exact angles. Every citizen smiled the same curated smile. At first, it all seemed pleasant. Polite greetings, pristine gardens, children laughing in measured decibels. But beneath the surface, something felt brittle. people's eyes darted to Mordenkainen's unpolished boots. A speck of dust on his cloaks earned a quiet gasp from a passing elder. A kindly young man offered a handkerchief, with the reflexes of someone trained to intervene before imperfection could take root. He made his way to the grove, where the ziggurat of flame rose. A low circular pyramid of ivory stone, 7-tiered, each step scrubbed daily by volunteers. At its summit blazed a green flame, tall and unwavering, a fire that neither flickered nor smoked. It was said to burn only those who bore the stain of evil, or, more dangerously, those considered impure. 4 figures stood before the first step, the Storm Lords. They were beautiful in the way a sword is beautiful, sculpted, radiant, and entirely without mercy. Each one embodied an element refined to its highest state. They did not ask Mordenkainen's name. They simply watched, weighing the air he exhaled, the angle of his stroll, the cleanliness of his shadow. "I'm here to stabilize the gate," he said calmly. "The Lady of Pain commands it." The djinn, formed of glimmering noble gases,
Oh, they're djinn.
hummed.
Okay.
"The flame judges all, including those of the lady," it replied. Mordenkainen inclined his head. So be it. He climbed. Each step pulsed with expectation. The people of fortitude lined the grove beyond, hands clasped, expressions locked in gentle anticipations. Their eyes pleaded for him to be worthy, not out of malice, but fear. Fear that if he was found unclean, it would reflect upon them. At the summit, the flame danced without heat. The gem floated in its center, emerald, luminous, slow turning. To align with Arcadia was to embrace virtue through obedience. To believe that purity was attainable, that morality could be measured, boxed, filed,
White
and
the
improved.
realm. I would
It was
not
the
want
belief
to live
that
there.
law could make one good, the flawlessness could be legislated.
This is quite literally like the 9 hells, except on the good side. Everything's enforced, everything has a hierarchy, everything's expected, and you have to maintain it. That's what Arcadia sounds like to me. It's like the reverse of the 9 hells.
Mordenkainen hesitated. Then he reached, and the flame assessed him. Images flashed across his mind, every moment of doubt, of selfishness, of pride. The many times he had broken laws to save knowledge, the times he had refused to help because it was not his burden. Unclean, a voice murmured in his skull. Untidy, unworthy. He did not retreat. "I am not here to pass. I am here to preserve, to inform the balance, to right the wrongs I have done, but in doing so, to accept them fully, as sometimes a lesser evil must be played." That too was law. The gem glowed brighter. The flame pulsed, and then quieted. The judgment ended. The portal shimmered, content for now. At the base of the steps, the Storm Lords bowed their heads, in reverence and recognition. "Balance," the Diamond Dow rumbled. "Even here, it has merit." Mordenkainen nodded in return. As he stepped beyond the grove, a townsperson approached with a glowing magical lint roller. He politely declined. Zythir stood by the gate's outer border, one eyebrow raised. "You survived the flame, Mordenkainen." "Barely. I think my left sock offended someone." "Did it?" He glanced down. "No, but that's not the point." Chapter 9.
Excelsior!
Excelsior and the blinding light. The next stop along
Mount
the rim of the
Celestia. It's a good realm. It's not terrible, but it does have a strong sense of justice. Justice is what makes Mount Celestia everything.
Lands rose like a hymn, each note structured, each pillar poised in the key of righteousness.
Bahamut's favorite place to
The
be?
walking castle, Ayed Karu, slowed its march as golden mist coalesced ahead, and beyond it loomed Excelsior, the gate town of the 7 heavens of Mount Celestia. It glittered with a gaudy opulence and with grace, streets inlaid with flecks of silver and gold, towers spiraling like psalms etched in alabaster. The air itself shimmered with divine warmth. Yet to Mordenkainen, it was less warmth and a lot more pressure. For light in excess does not only illuminate, it also exposes. He stepped down from the threshold of the walking castle into sanctified stone, his footfalls echoing softly, as if even sound were expected to be reverent here. The residents of Excelsior were radiant, quite literally. Mortals walked in the company of archons, and angelic beings glided overhead, trailing the scents of myrrh and rose. There were no whispers in this place. Conversations were held in open courtesy, measured and honest. Deceit died here in silence, for all attempted to accept and to provide their grace. And at the heart of this golden city stood the Godstrand, an alabaster tower so tall that it pierced the clouds and seemed to touch the foot of Mount Celestia itself. As Mordenkainen approached, the crowd parted for him with serenity, all in expectation, as if they had known he would come and had already welcomed the outcome. Waiting before the tower stood Foro, the High Chancellor. Draped in sun-spun robes, her eyes were soft as dawnlight and twice as steady.
Because it's the least.
The Lady of Pain sent you, she
I hate you
though
realm
not with challenge,
punish you for
more as a
weird things
confirmation
realm.
of prophecy. She did, Mordenkainen replied. Foro inclined her head. Then may the Sunweaver guide your steps. She extended her hand in benediction. With that blessing, pure and unclouded, he ascended the stairs of the Godstrand alone. As he graced the interior of the tower, mosaic-laced stairways curled like golden helixes. Each step was harder than the last, with the weight on the soul. The further he climbed, the more vivid his conscience became. Failures rose like shadows behind his eyes. The spells misused, the hands not extended, the knowledge hoarded. But also the brilliance, the chance of redemption. Yet, he did not falter. He reached the final level, an open gallery wrapped in soft white cloud. 7 gleaming steps hovered above the gallery floor, suspended mid-air before a celestial portal wreathed in radiant fire. At their base stood 2 warden archons, unmoving, unblinking, eternal. Their halberds shimmered with divine judgment. "Do you come in service of harmony, of righteousness?" asked one. "I come in the service of balance," Mordenkainen replied. The archons paused. Then to his surprise, they stepped aside. He climbed the 7 steps, each one resounding like a choir note. The final gem floated above a pedestal carved from crystallized prayer. Of divine magic, as it burned with celestial gold. As he reached out, the portal behind it sang. To align with Mount Celestia was to be good, pure of heart, in whatever form that took. It was to be righteous within a structure. It was to believe in a ladder to the divine. Each step earned by law and grace. But to touch that gem required more than goodness. It required conviction. And so, Mordenkainen reached not with faith, but clarity. He did not believe in light, but he understood it. He remembered the ancient teachings of Bahamut. He states, "When I despair, I remember that all through history, the way of truth and love have always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time, they can seem invincible, but in the end, they always fall. Think of it, always." The gem shimmered, accepted his touch, and whispered no judgments. He descended into the plaza beneath the Godstrand. Foro awaited. "Your heart holds no love," she said gently, "but neither does it stray." "Love clouds the balance," he said, "but I admire those who hold it," she smiled. "Then may you walk safely, traveler, and may shadows never fall on your path." He rejoined Zaithir at the edge of the grove, where Ayed Karu waited, gears humming in quiet harmony. Chapter 10. Zeus and the crown that won't stay on.
And
The sound of
this,
shifting winds,
Limbo
howling one
with the
moment,
Githzerai.
whispering the next. Distant thunder rumbles, crackling energy flickers
Limbo
in
is
and
a
out,
true
then
definition of
silence,
chaos.
followed by a steady, calm voice. You are not prepared. No mind is, not at first. You step into limbo, and the world ceases to hold meaning. There is no up, no down, no sky, no ground. Only an endless sea of unformed
That's
matter,
why your mind
swirling
has to
in
be
madness,
strong.
stone, water, fire, and air colliding in an eternal war
Psionics,
with no
that's
victor.
the word I was looking for.
You see a mountain in the distance, and then it is gone, devoured by the chaos. A river flows through the void, but a moment later, it is frozen in time, twisting into an archway of shattered ice before vanishing again. The air crackles with invisible storms, whispering thoughts not your own. This is Zeus, a connection to limbo. As Ayad Karu stepped from stability into the anarchic churn of Zeus, the walking castle groaned. Gears clicked out of sequence. Its legs staggered against dunes that turned to cobbles, that turned to moss, that turned to flame glass, all in the span of a breath. Zathir closed her eyes in meditation to stabilize the foundation. Mordenkainen, however, merely smiled. Ah, the plane with no rules, save one. Obey none. Zeus sprawled like the dream of a mad architect. Part mountainside, part bog, part seaside promenade under a rain of falling frogs. The buildings jostled for position like squabbling thoughts, and the roads behaved like unwound spools, tangling into new layouts with every blink. Overhead, a parade of flying astral whales drifted by in solemn silence, and at the city's crooked core, a being stood beneath a crown of prisms that changed color and orbit with every heartbeat. This hour's monarch was a turtle in a monocle who greeted Mordenkainen by tossing him a scone and demanding a poem in return. He complied one quickly, an expert of words. Stones forget their shape. Names dance where thought dies. Show me the real limbo. Approved! The turtle beamed, then was struck by a rogue kite made of knives. As he collapsed with a giddy, "Long live the next!"
Comedy realm.
The crown of prisms soared upward, spinning, seeking, and at once perched upon a confused gelatinous cube, who now gurgled in regal tones. Mordenkainen paid no further mind. He moved toward the only constant in Zeus, the floating, adamantine citadel that hovered above the madness like a thought held still.
Yep,
the
several
embassy
Githzerai.
was a paradox.
Limbo has no shape. The only way you can do it is with a strong mind, and that's where the Githzerai, who were once part of the part of the Gith, Githyanki and the Githzerai were all Gith once, but then they severed because of a difference in ideologies. But the Githzerai went to Limbo, and in Limbo they had to perfect their minds. Their minds possess psionics, which are so strong they can create literally anything from material. So they just created a giant, there's several of them, not just one, but they create several giant adamantite fortresses. And at the center of them is usually an elder, Githzerai, who monitors the whole thing. There's several other Githzerai who reinforce walls, but they have to constantly be doing it. It's a 24/7, not that time applies to this, but it's a 24/7 job with your mind.
Calm, focused, enduring. A platform suspended on discipline. There, waiting, as if she had known he would arrive precisely now, stood Almera, her psionic aura pulsing like still water disturbed by questions. You are not of our blood, but you walk between, like the Gith should. I am here to restore your gate. Will you let me pass? Gith, said Mordenkainen. Of course. You are already part of our work. She led him to the heart of the citadel, where Gith children played, a word once torn in half, then fought one another in the crucible of death. Statues of both Githyanki and Githzerai stood arm in arm, meditating toward a common purpose. The Lich Queen seeks us. Vlaakith would have our skulls and burn this hope, but Limbo favors the ones who imagine better.
With Baldur's Gate 3 and the newly added lore, Orpheus is currently at war with her. So, the goal is to usurp Vlaakith and reunite the Gith together. The Githyanki, who are Orpheus's people, he seeks to reunite the Githzerai with them. It'll be a process because they both have two different very ideologies. The Githzerai are more like monks, ascetic. They don't like war, fighting, anything like that. They just believe in balance and let's live differently from what we were in our warring times. Githyanki, if you play Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 2, or even Neverwinters, you'll know that they are a warlike race who go around conquering anything and everything in front of them. And they kill, pillage, and take. That's all they do. Over and over and over. All in the name of Vlaakith, who betrayed Mother Gith. The reason for the Githzerai and the Githyanki splitting was because Mother Gith, after they usurped the Mind Flayers, their enslavers, decided, well, we should do what they did and conquer the stars. Well, before the current God King who rules the Githzerai, there was another. He opposed Gith's views. So they fought, he got severely injured, and then the Githzerai decided to split up after that. After that, the guy that was supposed to be the God King didn't become the God King, and now the Githzerai have a different God King, and he's basically a really shriveled old Gith who just meditates all the time.
She will not find you today, Mordenkainen replied, but your secret will not be safe forever. No secret ever is.
It's not a secret. Vlaakith and the Githyanki know where the Githzerai are at. They just don't raid it often because Limbo is a chaotic mess and they can't deal with it. The Githzerai have the advantage there.
She gestured downward, and in that instant, the air parted to reveal the gate. The portal to Limbo today was a laughing storm cloud, a grinning maw of mist that crackled with purple light and rained confetti made of melting clock faces. Tell me a secret, it demanded, its voice split between a barking dog and a mother's lullaby. Mordenkainen paused.
Oh, excuse me.
Then whispered softly, how about a riddle
excuse
instead?
me.
Shattered and scattered, a piece incomplete, part of the puzzle of existence, in patterns discrete. What am I? The gate hummed, contented. It peeled open like a page, revealing a swirling maelstrom within. There, on a floating rock suspended by contradiction, the gem of chaos hovered, rippling through colors that had no names. To touch it, Mordenkainen had to still his mind, not by clearing it, but by embracing its entropy. He let every thought come, each contradiction, each question unanswered. He became thoughts unshaped, answered, and in that perfect disharmony, the gem aligned. He descended through the floating fortress, greeted again by Almira. You wear contradictions well, she said. We all do, he replied. Most just try harder to hide them. She nodded once, and that is the closest thing to order Limbo will allow. Chapter 11, Plaguemort and the Knife with No Hilt.
Okay, what realm is this?
As Iedkaru limped into
The
view
Abyss,
of the
so there
blighted
is a gate
town,
there. That
even
seems
the
a little
walking castle's
risky,
enchantments
but
recoiled.
okay. Lady of Pain.
Its limbs buckled at the stink of boiling
Orcus
ichor,
would like a word.
and its
Demi
hull
Gorgon
shimmered
would like a
with
word.
protective wards, as if the
Lolth
very
would
name
like a
of the
word.
abyss clawed at its joints. Zythir watched from a safe distance atop the
Baphomet
outer
would like a
cliffs,
word.
wrapped in her usual serenity, but with her blade drawn. Mordenkainen stepped out alone. Below, the gate town writhed, a festering scab on the outlands. Decayed homes slouched like wounded
Personally, I
animals.
think the Abyss
Streets
is just
twisted in a
Nurgle's plane of
slow
existence.
decay.
It always
Beggars
seemed that
whispered
way.
hexes, and saints were burned for their clothing and the warmth their bodies created. This is not a place for plans, Mordenkainen murmured. Only contingencies. I best be on my guard. The gaze of Blightsteel Keep loomed overhead, its jagged silhouette jutting from the hilltop like a blade stabbed into the back of the town it ruled. The walls pulsed with demonic veins, an organic ooze that secreted itself throughout, as if the keep itself were a living ulcer upon the land. At its pinnacle, Arch-Elector Bex watched through stained glass eyes. He was a creature forged of chaos and bile, horned, hooved, and wrapped in chains that clinked like the promises he broke. His sermons were barked through rusted horns. From his rotting throne, he saw all and trusted none. Your arrival, Bex greeted, is a disturbance to the pit. It churns louder. Do not make it scream further. I've not come to stir the abyss, Mordenkainen replied. Only to seal what's cracked within the gate. I've come on the lady's order. The Arch-Lector scoffed, his breath a sulphurous exhale. The abyss cannot be sealed. It wants, it hungers, it seduces. An infinity of layers, all hungering for the complete obliteration of the realms. The pit now showed itself. A pulsing, moaning sinkhole of tar and madness sang from its chamber. Encircled by thorned vines and guarded by the hounds, once men now bent in fiendish servitude, the gate's oily voice oozed into the minds of all who neared it. Mordenkainen stood on the platform, the briars licking at his boots, the ichor hissing with recognition. From the darkness below the platform, the pit yelled, "Do you wish to rule, wizard? Do you crave escape from your law, your balance, your futile leash? Jump and rise." He closed his eyes and remembered Igwilf's laughter, remembered Hallister's smile, remembered the day he first learned that knowing everything didn't mean being immune to temptation. He then saw the demons mentioned by Igwilf, Grazist, Demogorgon, and Dagon.
Igwil is one of the names of Tasha. So, that's who it is. She has 3 different names, Igwil, Tasha, and the other one, I forget what it was called.
He was then sucked into their promises, Grazist with desire, succubi surrounding Mordenkainen, tempting his convictions, moving towards his deepest pleasures. If he had let himself slip for even a second longer, he would have succumbed. Demogorgon then appeared, promising him spells and arcane knowledge beyond even his comprehension. Links to the ancient days of magic before the Sundering. His ambition for power to maintain his convictions almost took his mind. Lastly came Dagon, focusing on the mysteries of the multiverse, answers he had always needed. Who was AEO, who created the Abyss? What lies at the end of the multiverse? The Far Realm?
Okay, that was a weird contradiction. The Abyss was not created by Ao. Ao allows its existence. He could probably get rid of it. But it's created by Thursden, the chained god. Like, that's what he is. So, for all intents and purposes, everything that you're hearing here about Ao, it's a weird one.
It was all too much. But then he remembered his circle of 8. His purpose was his to craft. No shortcuts. No, he screamed. And from the folds of his cloak, he drew the gem, now clouded and flickering like a flame in a blizzard.
Sounds like how Thanos got the Soul Stone.
It trembled in his hand as the pit howled, offering names, power, promises, endless secrets. But he pressed the gem into the air over the chasm, and it burned. With a flash of crimson blue fire, the pit screamed. Its surface writhed. It shuddered not with its own pain, but with frustrations. It could not tempt what he had already refused. As Mordenkainen left the keep, Bex did not follow. The pit was already whispering replacements to him. He returned to Edkaru, where Zythia waited in silence. Her gaze lingered on the smoke rising from the moaning hill. "You look wearier. I've very rarely seen worse," he said. "The Abyss holds secrets many of us could only hope to obtain. But the cost was perhaps too great. I'll need to chat to Tasha after this is done. Chapter 12. Tradegate and the Bearded Bargain. The clang of hammer to anvil. The cheerful hum of
Never heard of
dwarves
this
in their
realm.
forges. The squeaking turn of brass gears in gnomish hands. And somewhere beneath it all, the subtle chime of coin. Mordenkainen and Zythir approached Tradegate under a sky.
Must be a
The
place
colour
like
of polished
merchants.
copper.
A merchant's
Ayedkaru's
world.
legs
Guess that's not
sinking
shocking,
into well-packed
considering everything in
earth,
D&D.
lined with orderly fields and stone-marked pathways. Unlike the law-soaked rigidity of automata or the suspicious hush of Torch, Tradegate welcomed them with open ledgers. A star-shaped town alive with
One of those
trade.
places. Give
It
us
throbbed
your
with a vibrant
money.
but measured energy. Carts clattered over cobbled streets, and market tents rippled in the breeze, each painted in warm ochres or rich umbers. Merchants leaned out to advertise. Children chased magical, wind-up toys that tooted like flutes and spat harmless sparks. Zythir inclined her head at the glimmering rooftops. There is some balance here, she said. Industry without greed, aspirations without conquests. Don't you find that rare, Mordenkainen? Idealism is most dangerous, Mordenkainen replied, when it has a bank as this gate town seems to have. At the center of the town stood the Five-Star Hall, headquarters of the Five-Star Guild, a council formed
My cat
of
decided
inventors,
I'm coming up now.
mint masters, and dignitaries who saw economy as an art. Lodestars, the town's cobalt coins, glinted like stars, almost manipulating the thoughts of would-be buyers. They mint fairness, I must admit, muttered Mordenkainen. But no system is incorruptible. Still,
Oh, they're
he
merchants.
could not
They're
help
definitely
but admire
corrupted.
the effort. In a multiverse where law could twist into tyranny and chaos into madness,
Bane would love that.
Tradegate structure offered a rare middle ground. A society where order served the common good. For now. Then he saw the scars. Collapsed market stalls hastily rebuilt. Masoned walls clawed through by toothless mouths. Char marks on cobble from Zorn raids. Elementals who devoured currency like it was a divine ambrosia. Even balance has its price. The gate was elusive at first. No arch, glyphs missing. He gazed for the gate. Only a barrier, a bearded, stocky figure with curled golden horns so heavy they jingled with coins from every world. He waited at the edge of the square, sipping a frothy brew and spinning a golden coin across his knuckles.
Oh, excuse me.
I am the trade master, he said, without rising. And I am the gate. Zythir stepped back. Even she felt the weight of his presence, the embodied urge to exchange, to risk it all, to earn her future.
Sounds like a gamble.
I do not need what you carry, the trade master said, eyeing Mordenkainen with a grin. But I know what you value. A soul? Mordenkainen offered. A memory, the barrier corrected. One of your brothers and sisters. The last laughs you shared. There was a long pause. The barrier's eyes glinted. Or perhaps one of Bigby. Tangling with that frost giant didn't do him any favors, did it? Zythir turned sharply, but Mordenkainen held up a hand, still questioning how the trade master could know such a thing. And if I decline? Then you may stay, the trade master said, rising. His hooves rang like gongs upon the stone. But the path forward will close. Doors do not open for free, not even the ones within you. With slow resolve, the archmage reached into his satchel, not for coin, but for a pearl of power. It pulsed softly. I will offer this instead, he said.
Pearl of power.
The barrier leaned in, sniffed once, and
You're out of
nodded.
spell slots for fireball.
Fair, he said,
Okay.
and struck the
I
cobblestones
use
with
my
his hoof.
pearl of power.
The plaza rippled.
Fireball.
Between two merchant stalls, the air shimmered into a curtain of sunlight, hung with gold script that read not in words, but intent. Zythir approached with quiet awe. Your heart remains yours, she said, but it is lighter than before. Some trades are not losses, he answered, only choices, and as even the wisest being knows. the market always decides. Then, as Mordenkainen peered over a stall formed into a minor gate, humming in the synchronized state of the trade. As the gem took in the resonance of Tradegate, it steadied further. Its flickering ceased. The balance held firm. Chapter 13. Ecstasy and the Bones of Joy.
Elysium.
To approach ecstasy is to feel your heartbeat slow, your shoulders ease, your thoughts, once sharp with mortal
Elysium, a
concerns,
place where you indulge yourself.
begin
Also,
to drift.
Mistress Realm.
The city of plinths rolled out before Mordenkainen, akin to a painter's dream.
Will he talk to a pixie?
Dandelion
One of the
golds and
Fae?
else blues swept across
I'm
quiet
curious,
fields.
'cause
The
Mr.
sunlight
really
danced
loves
through blades of
Fae
grass with the
creatures.
care of a lover's touch. Breezes sang lullabies. Bees worked, content
This should be
and
the place with the
unhurried.
strongest connection to
And
the
atop
weave.
the plinths, those solemn monoliths of stone, wood, crystal, and bone, sat pilgrims and philosophers, their legs crossed, their eyes closed, their minds turned toward the sky. Was the sky always so empty? One mused aloud as the Archmage passed. Or did the stars grow weary of watching us fail? They left, answered another on a nearby pedestal. For better company. Zythir
Kinky.
remained outside the town's bounds. Even for a Githzerai, steeped in detachment, the place was too soft, too pliant, too easy to forget the dangers of comfort taken into excess. Mordenkainen moved through the town like a ghost in deep contemplation. Children laughed in fields.
There's no reason to be a ghost
Elders
there.
painted the
It's
breeze in
Mistress
their
Realm.
minds. The dual monarchs ruled from distant perches, one masked in gold, flamboyant and warm, the other cloaked in silver, silent as midnight's cool breeze. The Lightcaller and the Night Whisperer, each a mirror to the other's mystery, neither ever seen when the other walked. The only rule, do no evil. But Mordenkainen, master of balance, knew better. Suppression, he stated, is not the same as an absence. The air was thick with the perfume of repressed darkness, smiles too wide, strolls too graceful, a kindness that hovered just shy of desperation. These people had cast their shadows into the plinths, and the plinths listened. He felt them, the watching spirits, muse ghosts of some other realm, perhaps Elysium itself, drawing close to mortals who teetered on the edge of enlightenment, or madness. Each act of moral justification was
madness,
another
just go
chisel
explore
blow
the
against
far
the
realm.
stone of self.
It's pretty instant there.
At the center of town, the bone plinth rose. Segmented ivory, like the spine of a god, reached into the clouds. Desires that had nowhere to go. As Mordenkainen approached, the flowers beneath him bloomed in kaleidoscopic patterns. The grass whispered, "We forgive you."
Red Cat
The
decided to
birds
scream
above
at me.
sang, "You are enough." And for one moment, even the Archmage faltered. He then climbed. No steps aided him, but neither did the wind resist. Each segment he touched accepted him. Upward he went, past the eyes of the town, past the need for proof, until he reached the top. There, nestled in the curved hollow of the final vertebra, shimmered a fountain of quicksilver. Liquid mirror, rippling without wind, reflecting not the sky, but all possibilities. He reached down past the vertebra, into the gate mechanism. Placing his hand into his robes, he withdrew the gem, now softened at its edges, pulsing gently like a heart at rest, pushing the gem into the device he then contemplated. Elysium, he now said, where even wraths must ask permissions to breathe. And he cast the gem into the pool. The surface accepted it, and in that instant, the light around the bone plinth burst into gold and silver bands, forming an ephemeral bridge between the Outlands and Amoria. When he descended, the Lightcaller was gone. The Night Whisperer stood waiting, tall and still, silver helm, unreadable. Chapter 14.
Something I want to check real quick. Is Elysium Mistra's realm? No, Elysium is not Mistra's realm, but it is a plane where her realm Dwemerheart is located. Dwemerheart, Mistress City of Magic, sits atop a plateau on the second layer of Elysium known as Eronia. In the World Tree cosmology, Dwemerheart became its own plane separate from Elysium, but is still closely associated to the plane. Okay. I was curious. This next one is Yizgard.
And the roots
Sounds
of
like
glory. Steel rang out in song. Horns
Nords.
cried out across the fjord like lovers in mourning. And Mordenkainen, Archmage and Scholar, stepped away from the last glimmers of Ecstasy's gate and towards Glorium. As he turned his head, he was then met by a shout. A stranger, with a beard. The voice came from
Probably
the hill.
Thor.
A trio of children, no older than 10, raised wooden spears and made mock charges at the wizard.
Good old Nords.
Name thyself, coward. Mordenkainen gave a soft smirk.
Nords, Vikings.
I am Mordenkainen. Set into the slopes of a snow-kissed fjord, the city sprawled beneath the serpent's gaze, a titanic statue winding like a dragon across the mountains, its fanged mouth poised to bite the sky. Lodges rose from the icy earth like scars.
Run by Odin.
Longhouses belched
Thor,
smoke and mead
Sith.
laughter roaring from battle chants.
Who's my all-time favorite goddess?
Warriors sparred at every corner. Fists met
Loki,
faces.
Jotunheim.
Blood mingled with the flagstones like wine.
Yggdrasil?
No one here was unarmed. Even the goats looked like they'd headbutt you for blinking. Zatha waited as promised, her castle lingering on the valley's edge. I'll not intrude here, she said. They'd asked me to wrestle the planetars. Mordenkainen journeyed into the town, drawing curious stares and disapproving scowls. Magic earned suspicion. Strength earned meed.
True.
At the Hall of Scalds, a feast raged like a storm. There she stood, Tirza Bonebreaker, one-armed, all fury, and as tall as any half-giant. She pointed her ale horn at him. Unless you can lift the table, wizard, your seat's the floor. He did not lift the table. He split it in half with a disintegrate spell, then mended it with a flick. The hall fell silent, then laughter, then roaring approval. You fight with wit, old one, Tirza chuckled. Sit, drink, speak of what brings you. He explained the gates, the imbalance, the potential for a dying flame at the center of the multiverse. Tirza listened.
Oh
face
my gosh,
grave
these
now.
bots are endless,
You
man.
want the gem of
They'll search
Isgard,
for
she
smaller
said.
streamers and post
Fine.
that
But
scammy
here,
stuff.
You don't just ask, you have to earn it. She led him to the fjord, to the edge where the waters boiled and spun like some elemental beast. And there, within the whirlpool, flickered the Isgardian gate, rimmed with never-ending glory and honor, battles that never ended. Not because they were forced, but for the thrill of it all. Swim through it, find your glory or drown. That's your price. He did not hesitate. Mordenkainen dove into the whirlpool and passed through worlds. Casting breathe water to maintain his focus, he surfaced, and for a day and night he wandered Isgard, crossing shattered plains, trading riddles with storm giants, parrying blades
That
of flame
sounds fun.
with spells of frost. He stood before an ancient Valkyrie, eyes like falling suns, and bested her in battle. By showing her what she craved most, the death she wished to have, a righteous one, an absence of a most quiet demise. She handed him the gem, forged from a shard of thunder.
It's all about
He
battle
returned,
with them.
gasping,
A
to
warrior's
Glorium's shore.
end.
The warriors waited. Tirza too. Still alive? She said, with mock disappointment. You'll get there, don't you worry, wizard. He raised the gem. Thunder cracked. The mountain trembled. And deep among the peaks, the world root's circle felt its pulse quicken. Mordenkainen made pilgrimage to the hidden gate, nestled among tangled roots that glowed like stars. Yggdrasil, he whispered. Even the plains have hearts and souls. He pressed the gem into the bark. The tree shuddered. The roots parted. For a moment, the entirety of the great wheel flickered in his mind. The gate buckled, then held.
Oh, excuse me.
Such is the way of the balance. Chapter 15. Sylvania
next plane?
and the song that never ends.
Arboreal.
They crowned him in daisies before he could protest. You're late, love, laughed a harpy as she looped a garland over Mordenkainen's head.
Oh, is this
But don't
the Fae?
worry, we haven't started yet, and we never end. The Archmage blinked. He had stepped from Glorium's roaring wartide into this. Music rolled through the glade like warm wine.
Vampires,
Flutes
red
twined
caps,
with lutes.
tieflings,
Drums thudded like heartbeats.
even,
Satyrs tumbled through the air.
droids.
Fey-blooded elves, Eladrin,
What are they called?
sparkled with joy
Eladrin?
and sweat. Further in the distance, a minotaur
War
juggled
something,
burning
I forget what they're
apples
called.
while riding a
War
unicycle
something.
woven of flowers. Sylvania was a living riot of joy, a gate town of perpetual celebration, where night never fell because no one wished or remembered to call for it. Mordenkainen adjusted his robes. They had been silently transformed into shimmering, loose-sleeved garments that smelled faintly of lilac and lavender. A flower blinked on his shoulder. I seek the gate to Arborea, he muttered to a passing dryad. You seek? She gasped, horrified. But it's your party, dear wizard. He was ushered from the feast to performances to whispered secrets. Each time he tried to ask, his hosts responded with only laughter or poetry. The gate is there, where the music turns inward, one said. It's in the place where longing lingers, offered another. He felt it then, a subtle pull, not toward the revelry, but beneath it, a second melody, hidden, softer, sadder, the music of aches. He wandered into the deeper woods. The trees thinned, the lights dimmed. The music, still bright behind him, began to fade into something else. In this hush, he saw them. The seven spiriters, though not directly. A topiary waved, a statue bowed. A little girl in a mask spoke with an adult's voice. You are not here to dance, old mage. You are here to listen. She's about to sing. And as he turned his head, everyone was sat ready for the encore. After it finished, Mordenkainen clapped, then nodded. The balance is shifting. I need the gem of Arborea to write it, then find it where joy turns to ache. The elf and dryad who sang the harmony chuckled in unison. Look for where laughter remembers the tears. And so, he followed the path to where the celebration
Reds,
stopped.
browns.
He found them in a
their
grove,
little,
those who had stayed too long. Dream-eyed souls seated beneath trees, smiling, still, wreathed in flowers that had grown through their hair, lost in ecstasy. One whispered as Mordenkainen approached, Don't leave, it's so good here. But the wizard stepped forward into the center of the grove. There, hanging from a bough of silverleaf, was a pendulum of crystal and root, a gem that pulsed with every beat of the music outside and every silence within. He reached for it. A tremor shook the air. The gate flared open as a heartbeat in the forest itself. All around him, trees leaned in, sighing. The spiriters whispered in unison through the wind. Even bliss must end. But remember, it began here. Mordenkainen returned to Zythir, the gem in hand. You smell like wine, she said dryly. And something older, he replied. Like the ache behind a smile. Chapter 16. Cursed, where regret walks with shackled feet.
Arceria.
Mordenkainen stepped through the flickering planar breach and into a town. He then almost vomited as a foul odor flew through his lungs. The Outlands still reached this place, but only barely. What light there was came slantwise and suspicious, like it was sneaking in through a crack in the world.
Old
Cursed.
boats.
The gate town he knew that forgets no wrong, yet forgives nothing either. They watched him from rooftops and alley mouths. Every soul here had killed something, perhaps a friend, perhaps a name. The wizard's arrival was just another ripple in the dust. Welcome, said a bent old tiefling selling bread with a knife still lodged in his back. Don't stay long. He made his way to Blight Court, the cracked plaza before the Burgomaster's keep. Soldiers of the Wall Watch, part Maleficent and part Damnation, patrolled like acid clouds in flesh. Their eyes were sunless mirrors to the despairs of their limited existences. Inside the keep sat Viligus Bazangar, a Shatter-Demodand with a bloated grin and hands like meat hooks. "You want the gem of Karshri?" He sneered. How quaint. "And what might you trade for it, Archmage? The chance to have it not fall into someone else's hands," Mordenkainen replied. Powerless threats and noble heirs. Very well, do something for me." The Burgomaster laid down parchment laced with old blood. A name was scrawled there, one of Kirst's residents, a traitor who'd betrayed even Kirst. Second exile awaited them. Veligus wanted Mordenkainen to decide if it was deserved. The wizard found the soul, a changeling who had stolen, yes, but to save a dying child in another gate town, Ribcage. The crime had been petty, the punishment had been signed, and the name sealed away. For all accounts, the punishment was eternal. Mordenkainen stared at the bound figure, then at the swirling gate, a wound in the world, tucked in a barred chamber beneath the keep. It pulsed softly, like a sleeping heart, waiting to wake in fury. The choice was his. He drew forth his staff and shattered the lock instead. "I will not make you a part of my regret," he said. A riot followed. The Demodans, devils, and demons erupted. Chaos and law never able to gain the upper hand. Mordenkainen had understood that Karshri was a plane of contentions, a plane of exile and prisons, where the overthrown and betrayed plotted their return. Viligus howled.
Does that
with
include
betrayal.
gods?
The Warwatch thundered in. But even as Mordenkainen vanished into the rising gatelight with the gem of Karshri, he left behind something far more dangerous than spells. He left behind hope. A balance to the darkness and despair of passions and poisons, of kingdom-shattering betrayals. And as the fighting continued, the changeling passed the gem to the mage. Stolen from Viligus Bazangar, and as Mordenkainen placed the gem within the gate compartment, the gate rebalanced itself. He understood what Karshri was, a plane of betrayals, of treachery, and that no matter the size of the betrayal, it was the only truth that stuck. Zathir met him on the edge of the Outlands, the gate pulsing behind him
that realm
like
is
a
just
clenched
miserable.
jaw. "You disobeyed a Warden of the Abyss," she said, eyes narrowed. "He was not mine to obey, nor my prisoner to punish. I did not wish to fuel the hatreds that run deep, as with the river Styx." Mordenkainen replied. Chapter 17. Faunal, where the wild speak with forgotten tongues. There are places where the boundary between man and beast is merely imagined, a polite fiction told to preserve pride. Faunal is not one of those places. Mordenkainen stood at the edge of the Greenbrier canopy, his hand resting lightly on a crooked branch.
Oh, excuse me.
The Faunal that once
excuse me again.
nestled at the edge of the Outlands was no more. It had been devoured by the Beastlands, a fitting fate for a place where instinct outweighs any form of industry. He moved through cracked ruins and roots like ribs, swallowed by moss and rain. Here, cities were bones of civilization, chewed by vines and the claws of the primeval forces that roamed its woods. The camp came into view. Greenbrier, a crescent of canvas in a clearing, where sentient beasts and cautious merchants shared fires. Sapient eyes gleamed from the dark. Mordenkainen was met by Parvaz, a gold-tailed albatross. If you are wondering about the town, well, Old Faunal was taken because it belonged to nature, to no ruler. But these bones, he gestured with his beak, these do not. And the pool waits, Parvaz warned, circling once. I don't intend to rebuild it,
seems like a place
said
for
Mordenkainen,
some shadow druids
only
to
to
live.
understand the rumblings of the
Wouldn't
roots,
shock me if they were.
of the wind in the leaves. At the awakened pool, where a statue of a forgotten druid loomed half buried in leaves and silence, Mordenkainen knelt. The water shimmered, and when he placed a hand into its mirror, the whispers of the forest bloomed. Two voices answered. Ebonclaw, stalking from the jungle, his black-fanged mouth curling with disdain. Peace is for simple prey. The law of the jungle is the only one that matters. Ophelia then moved
Survival of the
forward,
fittest.
a knoll poacher stepping.
That whole survival of the fittest thing, I'll never understand, because if they say the strong will live and the weak shall perish, well, technically speaking, what if you're the strong one and you just keep killing all the weak ones that are weaker than you? Then you're all that's left. It's just you. That's the same saying that I heard with an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind.
Gently yet thunderously between tangled roots. Now this is the law of the jungle, as old and as true as the sky. And the wolf that shall keep it may prosper, but the wolf that shall break it must die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, the law runneth forward and back. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. And as he stopped speaking, he looked up, a slight crease of fear encompassing his demonic face. The vile hunt was nearing. Trees screamed in sap. Saplings trembled. Then came a laugh that did not belong to any forest, and through the clearing an echo, then the rattle of gold teeth. Mordenkainen did not interfere when Ebonclaw and his predators ambushed the hunters, nor when Ophelia rallied the herbivores to trample the wounded. He watched as the jungle resolved its own justice. But later, under the waning moon, he poured silver dust into the pool, binding the magic of the gate. He provided a gift, or perhaps it was an anchor, and as he placed another of his pearls of power, giving further fervor to nature's wild rhythms. The gem of the gate pulsed softly in his satchel, warm with primal breath. Zather greeted him at the fringe of the foliage. "Another lesson?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Even in chaos there is truth. The wild of nature and the jungle is not
Sekiro.
cruel, for it is honest.
Recognize that
It
image.
doesn't decide, for thought is absent in its designs." Chapter 18. Hopeless, where colour dies and silence reigns.
Hades.
The screaming gate leered above Mordenkainen's approach.
I'm
Its
curious what that
maroon-painted
realm is
face had
about.
begun to peel again, the tears flaking like scabs. He stepped through without a word. The air inside was heavy, though no pressure weighed upon his body. The buildings here showed their age or wear, the lack of any care from any denizen. Doors sagged on hinges like the size of their owners. The sky, a bruised smear of charcoal and frost, knew no sun for what seemed like eternity. The colour grey had grown bold and hopeless, dressing every stone and soul in its funeral shroud. The townsfolk shuffled by, their heads bowed in resignation. High Cardinal Thinigol floated above the procession like a statue dragged from a mausoleum. Her iron mask bore no mouth, yet her voice filled the air, arcane magic creating what seemed akin to sound. Feel nothing, want nothing, seek nothing, and the world will cease to punish you. You are meaningless. He found records, scratched out margins, as if the very act of writing had grown ashamed of its own futility. He peered his head above the bookshelf to listen, a slight vibration of sound coming from the distance. He then left the library and approached the town square. One boy in the square still hummed to himself. An old woman sewed tiny patches of red thread into her grey shawl. A man had grown a violet flower in a tin cup beneath a broken gutter. 3 rebellions, 3 treasons, and the well whispered of them all. At the wishless well, a gurgling breath that neither beckoned or repelled. It simply was, absent of any
Simply
emotion
was,
or any
simply
care
is,
for the past
simply
or
will
history
be.
that came before. Mordenkainen
The realm
watched
of
as a
Hades.
Yugoloth clawed its way from the slick black, hissing in confusion before slinking into an alley like a shadow afraid of its shape. "This place is dying," said a voice. He turned to see a gaunt woman with red blood smeared across her fingertips, defiant streaks of colour. Her name was Sarah, and her eyes burned. And as blood ran down her face, she spoke. No discontent of blood streaking down would bother her statement. But the well remembers every coin, she said. Place your own gold coin, and let the nothingness of Hades, of death, consume you. Mordenkainen nodded and dropped a single gold coin into the well. The pit shuddered, and for one moment, just one, its surface bloomed with lightless stars. Hopeless did not change that day, but its people blinked more often. Someone cleaned the red paint on the gate's face. A child asked their parent what music was. Mordenkainen understood the bleakness of Hades and of the inevitability of death. He now saw a figure in regal robes. He knew of this god, a scribe of death, a record keeper. As he looked up, the pit now illuminated, a vision formed within the Archmage's mind. The ink has dried. Another page turned, another name sealed in the ledger that shall never close until the stars blink out. You ask me now, in this cold silence between breath and bone, what is the worth of a mortal's life? Mordenkainen accepted the thought of...
Oh, there's Wither/Jurgle. The worth of a single mortal's life. A soul is capable of infinite everything, literally.
his smallness and nothingness, but also how that allowed him freedom. Freedom from the guilt of choice and of the benefit the universe was vast. To accept that, even in his pursuit of the balance, nothingness may also be a form of release. As that acceptance was formed, Jurgle handed a gem, now blackened, as if nothingness and grandeur had been balanced within its arcane core. And so it was, with the final gem restored, and the gates once more resonant with their planar chords.
Let me find out. Castle of Bone. Huh, no. The Great Waste is not the same. I wonder why he was there then.
That
Place for even him to
Mordenkainen
be.
now stood beside Zyther, the stoic Gith
Well, Jurgle, you
who
do
had
your
guided him through the meandering spirit of the Outlands. Before them shimmered the pool, the spire scry, a quiet surface now flickering with light, an illusionary model of the Outlands cast in perfect harmony. Gate towns pulsed like stars. Balance had returned. Zyther spoke no grand words, nor did Mordenkainen. A quiet triumph. When they returned to Sigil, the Lady of Pain awaited. She did not speak, but in her stillness was approval. From her presence radiated a psionic brand, a vision, a dream that slid like mercury into Mordenkainen's mind. He saw fragments, elusive and shifting. A shadowed figure cloaked in thorns, descending through planar fire. A whip of chains. A scream that birthed the first demon lord. A crown cast aside in the streets of Plegmore. A rebellion, or was it exile? And at its heart, a being of absolute detachment, not evil, not good, but bound to the fulcrum between. The Lady of Pain was no stranger to the start of the Blood War, the vision whispered. A rebel Tanari, an arch-lectress of the Abyss turned to a guardian of neutrality, or simply a myth given form to frighten both fiends and gods alike. Mordenkainen could not know, but what he did understand, deeply, quietly, irrevocably, was this. The lady stood apart, as he had always tried to. She preserved the balance by being the immutable constant. Where others waged wars, she drew lines. Where powers clamored for dominion, she offered silence. And in that silence, the scales of the multiverse hung level. Vecna's once grasp for power was over. His disease finally healed. He turned from her then,
Not entirely.
dismissed,
He always finds a
not
way to come
accepted,
back.
acknowledged.
Vecna
Because
is
power is not loud.
relentless.
It does not boast or scream. True power is quiet, silent, inevitable, just like her. Mordenkainen then began to write again, a single line atop a fresh page, the balance endures. And so must I.
Good old Mordenkainen. Oh, looks like when he exported it, he kind of forgot to cut out a part of it. But when you work on an hour and 40-minute long video going over all the realms connected to Sigil, it's interesting to see. All right, well, that'll be it for me today. I enjoyed tonight, and I'll see you guys again on Monday. So long.